Because the oil lasting 8 days was a miracle that broke the laws of nature, and certainly the Jews celebrated that year. However, if that would have been it, then the rabbis would never have made it into a holiday. What happened was, the next year that came along, the rabbis saw with this prophetic type of vision, this Ruach HaKodesh, a return of the special divine revelation that occurred on Hanukkah. And that's what caused them to understand that God wanted this miracle and this holiday to reoccur every year. Now, with this new understanding of what Hanukkah is all about, we can really appreciate what a Jewish holiday is. A holiday for us is not a commemoration of what happened once upon a time. When we make a holiday, it's because the holiday happens now.
Let's have a look and see what have we got about Hanukkah. First of all, Hanukkah is a very beautiful. It's a very beautiful young. When I was a kid growing up, Hanukkah and Purim were the two festivals that were called minor festivals because they're not from the Torah. Not being very literate when I was a kid, I was under the impression that minor, something to do with people that dug coal out of the ground, not realizing that whatever E's and O's are interchangeable with each other. But the Hanukkah is a rabbinic mitzvah. It's a rabbinic Yom Tov. It's not a Yom Tov that appears in the Torah at all, because the whole story of Hanukkah, of course, occurred much later on. And let's have a look and see what we've got. What was the story? So, in short, the Greeks had invaded the land of Israel. They'd conquered the land of Israel. They came. The Greeks were very clever, actually. In a lot of their conquests, they had an enormous empire at one point. A lot of the success of what they did was because they didn't try to physically conquer, and just overwhelm the different nations, but rather they tried to what was called Hellenize them, which means that they introduced Greek culture, and they wanted you to carry on. They wanted you to carry on having your own identity, but they wanted your national identity to blend together with Greek identity, with the Greek culture as well. So you could be an American, like how would you say it, an American Greek, or a Greek American, or a British Greek, or whatever it is, right? And that's what they try to do. They were very clever, because at the end of the day, what they did was national identities started to become less important, right? The minute, what makes national identity so important is because it's a unit of people that all share the same culture, and that gives them a certain connection that they don't have with other people. And that's one of the reasons, for example, why different countries that speak the same language. So the language is basically the same, but each country has got its own form of speaking it. So, for example, American English and British English, different forms of Spanish that are spoken throughout the world. Somebody knows exactly where somebody's coming from by listening to the way that they speak, and that very much defines who the person is. What the Greeks did was very clever, and it was very subtle as well. They introduced Greek culture, and that way your national identity is slowly but surely becoming less pronounced, and then it means that you can integrate yourself into the greater Greek Empire, and it doesn't matter where you go. You can go into any country, whether it's for commercial reasons or just for travel, and you'll feel at home over there because lots of things are going to be very similar. And that's what the Greeks that came to Israel, that's what they wanted to do, right? That was their idea. They were going to take the Jewish culture, and they were going to dilute it with a little bit of Greek culture as well. And they almost succeeded. They were very successful. Greek culture in its day was the most modern culture. They were at the vanguard of architecture, of literature, of philosophy. They were considered to be extremely, extremely cultural in their day. And they came to Israel, and they had a lot of people who were very interested in becoming Hellenized. And things looked very bad, actually, for the Jewish people. The Jewish people were in droves, were, not converting per se, but they were converting their mindset into becoming, cultural Greeks. And until along came a small band of Kohanim, which in and of itself is something which is rather odd. We'll talk about that as well in a moment. But along came a small band of priests, and they decided that enough was enough. Something happened. The Greeks can't try to put up a statue in the temple, and one of the priests killed the person who was doing it, and that sparked off the beginning of a rebellion. A rebellion which ultimately was successful and drove the Greeks out of Israel for a little while, not for too long, unfortunately, but it did the job. And those people were called the Hashmonaim or the Maccabees. We're talking about afterwards. Yeah, for sure afterwards, because after Alexander the Great died, that's when the Greek Empire was split up, and that's when people started fighting over Israel. You had the Syrian part of the Greek Empire and the Egyptian part of the Greek Empire, but they wanted to get their hands on Israel because obviously Israel, even in those days, was famous for its delectable falafel balls, and everybody wanted them. I think they were going to be good for their catapults and their war machines. There was a battle, a war took place, and believe it or not, these Kohanim, these priests, were victorious. Now, this is an extraordinary thing. First of all, the priests, I don't know if anybody here, is anybody here? No, nobody here is a Kohen, right? But the priests they didn't really go to war, right? It was forbidden for them to come into contact with dead bodies. They had to serve in the temple. They had to stay at a certain level of spiritual purity. And for them to go to war was something really quite extraordinary. Aside from that, they were fighting against the largest and most successful war machine in the world at the time. And yet they managed to succeed in pushing the Greeks out of Israel temporarily, only for a couple of generations, and then everything started falling apart again because Jews don't get on very well with Jews. So what was going on was there was rampant assimilation. The Greeks came along and they were very clever, so they decided that they were going to make a few decrees to stop people from being so overtly Jewish. The things that they made decrees about were, they made a decree against making a Brit Milah, against making a circumcision.
This is after they invaded again?
No, first time around, right? When they conquered the land the first time, before they were expelled. They made a decree that you shouldn't make a Brit Milah. They made a decree that you shouldn't keep Shabbat, and they made a decree that you shouldn't read from the Torah. Now, if you understand anything at all about Jewish theology and Jewish culture, you'll understand that the connection between Brit Milah, that's the individual sign that he's Jewish. By stopping people from doing that, then they're taking away the child's ability to identify himself obviously as being Jewish. The idea of Shabbat is the same kind of a thing. That's more of a communal thing, where everybody comes together and celebrates Shabbat together. That's being taken away from them as well. And the reading of the Torah is something which is, that's the educational dimension of who the Jewish people are. And what they were doing was, in effect, they were trying to dampen down the individual, communal and educational dimension of Jewish life, knowing that if they did that, then at some point it wouldn't take very long before the integration of the Jewish community into the more Hellenistic lifestyle would take place. It would be painless, right? They wouldn't have to fight for anything. What is fascinating is, if anybody here is familiar with a shul service on Shabbat in the morning, so you'll know that we read the Torah, right? After we put away the Torah, then they read what's called the Haftorah. Right? The Haftorah is normally something which is taken from the prophets, and it's normally got something to do with whatever's going on either in that week's Torah reading or to do with the time of the year. The Greeks, interestingly enough, allowed the Haftorah to be read they allowed the prophets to be read. They didn't allow the Torah to be read, and that's where the custom came from to read. The rabbis got together and said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We'll introduce Torah readings from the prophets instead of from the Torah itself, And that way we'll have some kind of a resemblance of what things were like before the Greeks came along. And that's why the idea of reading something which has got a connection to the week's Parsha, to the week's Torah portion, or to what's going on during the year, that's where it came from. But the question really needs to be asked is what possessed the Greeks to allow them to do that? Which means everybody here, I would imagine, knows that the Torah is made up of 3 sections. There's Torah, which is the Bible. There's a Nevi'im, which is the prophets. And then there's Ksuvim, which are the writings. Altogether, that's called Tanakh. Right? And that was something which existed at the time of the Greeks as well. What on earth possessed the Greeks to say, okay, you can't read from the Torah, but you can read from the prophets? Why didn't they just outlaw everything? So the idea is actually something very deep. The Greeks were really very clever. They understood that if they outlawed Tanakh in its entirety, right, which is the Torah and the prophets and all of the writings, if they wouldn't allow any of that to be read, then what would the Jews do? They would just go underground. That's all. Right? They'll start having underground services somewhere, and they won't be able to eradicate. They won't be able to push into the Jewish educational system. Will remain intact. So what did they do? They took out Torah. They said you're not allowed to read from the Torah, but you can read from the prophets instead. Why is that? Because the Torah itself is something, the Bible, the 5 books of Moses, is something that we can't understand that without the oral Torah as well. Right? Without the oral Torah, we're stuck in just understanding basics of what it is that the Torah is talking about. So right now, in Bereshit, it's a little less complicated because that's a whole series of stories. But the minute we get into, from Parshas Mishpatim onwards, we get into all of the laws and the various things that we need to know. So without the oral Torah, we're stuck. So for example, God says, I want you to eat kosher animals, but he doesn't explain what that means. Right? How does an animal get onto my plate? Right? How does a meatball get onto my plate and be kosher? Right? That's not explained in the Torah Shebichsav, in the written Torah. That only appears in the oral Torah. The Greeks understood that, and they understood that what they're really trying to do is undermine the educational dimension, which is going to come from the written and the oral Torah together. So they said, here, you can read from the prophets. Reading from the prophets was like giving them a little like throwing them a bone, right? Why were the prophets okay to read from? Because if you read through the prophets, even though it helps to read through them with the commentaries, but nevertheless, if you read through the prophets, what do you see? That the prophets, normally the story has got a beginning, a middle, and an end. A story that can be followed, which means that you can read the prophets in shul on Shabbos morning and come out, and it hasn't piqued your interest and got you to start looking around and investigating and studying, because it's a story in and of itself. So along came the Greeks, and that's what they tried to impose upon us. Interestingly enough, after all of this was taken away, after the decrees were taken away, the Haftarah, the custom of reading the Haftarah remained. That's where the custom comes from, which means that even though we read the regular Torah portion each Shabbat, we also read the Haftarah that's affiliated to the Torah portion as well, even though we don't really need to do it anymore because we're already reading the Torah portion itself, but nevertheless the rabbis left it in as some kind of a zeicher, some kind of a remembrance to what took place. Along come the Greeks, again, very clever. You want to be Jewish? Be Jewish. There's no problem being Jewish whatsoever. But just be Jewish with a Greek flavor. So I would imagine, again, I don't know if this is true historically, but I would imagine that if the Greeks were successful, which they were over here, then you probably had the very first kosher-style restaurants here in Eretz Yisrael, because that's exactly what the Greeks were happy to do. Right? You want to retain your ethnic identity, right? You want your culinary identity. You want to eat cholent on Shabbos morning. That's fine. Just it shouldn't be kosher. That's all. You want to eat Jewish style foods and even for example over Jewish history there have been very very assimilated, very secular Jewish playwrights and Jewish novelists and their works are incredibly Jewish. And the Greeks would have been thrilled with something like that, which means that, again, to retain your Jewish flavor, right, to retain your Jewish identity, and to read novels and plays and all kinds of things that have been written by people who are completely secular, but they've just got that Jewish. That's exactly what the Greek philosophy was. That's what they were trying to teach. Which, be Jewish, but just be Jewish with a Greek flavor. And along came the Kohanim, the priests, and they said, we can't do this anymore. We're going to have to go to fight. We're going to go to war, says the Ramban Nachmanides. For the first and last time in Jewish history, the Jewish people went to war in order to be able to learn Torah. A later commentary, right? But he's explaining what the significance of Hanukkah really is. It's a very strange time in Jewish history. Jewish history is normally very simple. People come along and they try to kill us. Right? It just repeats itself over and over again. The Greeks weren't trying to kill us physically. They were trying to kill us spiritually. And and says the Ramban Nachmanides that this is the first time that the Jews had to go to war, not to defend themselves physically. We've done that on many occasions in the past, and we did it on many occasions afterwards as well. But to go to war in order to be able to learn Torah. If you were prepared to become a Hellenized Jew, you were perfectly safe. No one was going to try to kill you. Quite the opposite. They wanted things to flourish over here. They really did. They just wanted it to flourish in their way. And in many respects, that's a very dangerous place to be. Like when you've got an identifiable enemy who's physically trying to annihilate you, so however terrible that is, however terrifying that is, but at least you know who they are. Right? When you've got people who are trying to get rid of your spiritual identity in a very subtle, in a very what are we going to say? In a very quiet, underhand way, then that's much more dangerous because it's difficult. It's difficult to recognize who's your enemy and who's not. Here it says in this week's Torah portion, it says that before Jacob meets Esav, they haven't met each other for the last 22 years. They haven't met, and he's understandably a little concerned about this because he ran away because Esav wanted to kill him, and now he's scared that maybe things haven't changed. So he prays to God and he says, Hatzileni na, save me please, miyad achi, miyad Esav, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esav. Ask the Brisker of, Jacob only has one brother. What's he got to say? Save me from my brother, save me from Esav. Right? If he's asking to be saved from his brother, he's being asked to be saved from Esav. He asked to be saved from Esav, he's being asked to be saved from his brother. So the Brisker Rav says exactly that idea. He says Esav appears, and he says he appeared like that throughout history as well. Esav has appeared sometimes as a physical enemy, and sometimes as a spiritual enemy. And when he's a physical enemy, that's Hatzileni Miyad Esav, from Esav, the physical enemy that I have to be concerned about. But what's perhaps even more concern is Hatzileni Na Miyad Achi, when he behaves like my brother, and he wants to draw me close, and he wants to, in an underhand way, he wants to undermine my connection, my spiritual connection. That's even more of a concern than the physical danger that a person might be in. And I thought, I had this idea. I thought like this. It says that they have this rather after they meet each other, they have this rather strange dialogue where Esav says, "Come on, let's go together. We'll travel together to wherever we need to get to." And Yaakov says to Esav, he says, "No," he says, "I you know what? I've got small children with me, and I'm scared that you'll go too fast." And they'll end up, it'll be too difficult for them, and maybe something terrible will happen. You go on ahead and we'll meet up. I was thinking, I'm sure I saw this once somewhere, but I was thinking like this, maybe the dialogue, sometimes you have a dialogue on parallel lines, which means that Esav is saying, come on, let's travel together. And Yaakov is saying, I don't want to travel together with you because I'm scared that my children will be influenced by what they see. Right? Esav is not this real righteous, pious guy, right? And he says, "I'm scared. My children are young; they're very impressionable, and maybe they'll see something that they shouldn't see over there. And if they do, then that's gonna end up doing something terrible to them. So he says, "Hey, you go on ahead. I don't, it's like it's as if Yaakov is saying, I'm okay with you. I can travel with you. Nothing's going to happen to me, especially after having spent 22 years with Lavan, right? Nothing's going to happen to me, but I am scared for my children."
Why was he scared? I mean, he's a Rabbi Shalom.
Yes, I think he's scared over the scare over here. The fear over here is that they're going to be influenced by, Esav is this larger-than-life figure, right? Very, very successful, very physically successful, what can I tell you? It's like the rabbi, the rabbi's children living next door to some humongously successful multimillionaire with fancy cars parked outside, and maybe they'll say to themselves, "You know what? Wow, this is a neat lifestyle. I wish I could do that." Right? So the rabbi himself, who lives next door, he's not bothered. It doesn't bother him. He's not bothered by what he sees. But the children are very impressionable, and the children were young. Right, and at that time the children were young, and he didn't want them to be influenced by Esav and Esav's anti-Torah ideology. Interestingly enough, the Greeks are the continuity. The Greek Empire is the continuity of the Empire of Edom, which was then superseded by the Roman Empire, and that's really what's we're living inside of today. Western culture is something which very much revolves around this Edom and this idea of what it is that the Greeks were trying to do. There's nobody today standing over the Jewish people and telling them, here in America, for example, there's nobody telling them that they've got to integrate themselves into American society in the way that, in this particular way. No one's telling them that today. But that's exactly what they're doing, right? The Jewish communities all over the place, the Jewish individuals all over the place. That's what's happening, right? We're being influenced by the culture. We're being influenced by the environment and the atmosphere, and it's taking its toll, that's for sure. Aristotle was, without a doubt, one of the most enormous influences on thought, on philosophy in general. In many respects, Aristotle is considered to be the Zaidi, the grandfather of philosophical thought, and the Rambam Maimonides, who's considered to be one of, if not the greatest Jewish philosopher who, in Jewish history, was very much influenced by Aristotle. Aristotle's philosophy is very logical, very rational, very analytical, and the Rambam Maimonides was very much influenced by that. Aristotle, he didn't really believe in God. I mean, the jury's out a little bit about whether or not there was a God which had no connection whatsoever, because God of course is perfect and human beings are not perfect, so God doesn't have any connection with human beings. Really, Aristotle's belief system was such that the more brilliant you were, the closer you were to being like God. And you might be absolutely flabbergasted and amazed to hear that Aristotle looked at himself as being the most brilliant person, and therefore he was the closest to some kind of a godlike figure. What a surprise. But Aristotle did believe, interestingly enough, in the concept of accumulation of knowledge, which means each generation is going to accumulate more and more knowledge. They'll build on the individuals inside of the generation until at some point that somebody is going to know everything. He very much believed in the religion of the intellect, Aristotle, and of course Greek philosophy is very much built upon. He wasn't the first of the Greek philosophers, but he was definitely, I think, the most dominant of the Greek philosophers, and his philosophies are still being felt up to and including today. What happened? So the Jews came back. They managed to drive the Greeks out of the land of Israel. They drove them, first of all, out of Jerusalem, and they drove them out of the temple area. That was a big thing, right? When did that happen? On the 24th of Kislev. Right, on the 24th of Kislev, they drove out the Greeks from Jerusalem, and they wanted to come and rededicate the temple. And on the 25th of Kislev, that's when the rededication took place. That's when they began to that's when they lit the menorah anew. They started relighting the menorah again on the 25th of Kislev. Now, it's an important date. Why is that? We're not commemorating the end of the war. Right? A few days ago, it was Armistice Day. When was it? November the 11th, no? Right? November the 11th was Armistice Day in Europe. It's a very important day. It's a day that they commemorate the end of the... I mean, originally it was the First World War. Now it's both World Wars together, or is it still just the First World War? Whatever. But originally it was it was the Victory Day of the First World War, and then they had a second one for the Second World War, Victory Day for the Second World War. In Judaism, we don't normally have a Victory Day, but rather the day after is considered to be the important day, because that's when we go back to being able to do what we can do. Which means that the battle over Jerusalem and the temple came to an end on the 24th of Kislev. We don't commemorate on the 24th of Kislev, but rather we commemorate on the next day, on the 25th. And the word Chanukah, which is spelled Chet, Nun, Vav, Chof, Hey, Chanukah. So the commentaries explain is comprised of two words, Chanu, which means to rest, and Ka, Chof, on the 25th. Which means, again, what we're commemorating over here is the ability to be able to go back and to connect together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with God, in the way that we're supposed to, not through upheaval and not through war and not through victories, but rather coming back to the temple and being able to connect together with God in the right way. Chanukah. And it's interesting that the word Chanukah also means to inaugurate, because they were rededicating the temple. And Chanukah comes from the word chinuch. Chinuch means educate, education, right? It's a very fundamental idea. It really is, that the concept of Chanukah is the concept of rededicating the temple. It's a concept of returning back to God, and the fundamental dimension of Chanukah is chinuch, right? That we have to educate. How are we going to do this? How are we going to gain that connection back to God again? We're going to do it through education. There is a verse, King Solomon says, Chanoch lenar al pidako, that every child should be educated according to his abilities, to who he is, right? There's only, I don't know if you're familiar with Jewish personalities, but there was a very, very important personality called Rav Shamshon Raphael Hirsch, who lived in Germany, lived in Frankfurt 100 plus years ago, 180 years ago, whenever it was, and he was a master educationalist, and he writes an interesting critique. I think only Rav Hirsch could ever do this. He writes an interesting critique against Isaac, because Jacob and Esau, the Midrash says that Jacob and Esau were pretty much the same until they were 13 years old. You couldn't really differentiate between them. Not talking physically, he's talking about the way that they were brought up, and Rav Hirsch says, how can you do that? They were very different personalities, right? How on earth could you? It's true that they were twins, right? But how on earth, Jacob and Esau?
Super hairy, though.
Not physically. He's talking about their personalities, right? And that's exactly what Rav Hirsch is saying. Like, how on earth can you treat them equally, right? Send them off to the same schools and expect the same things from them if they're so very different. Chanoch lenal pidako means that we need to educate every child according to who he is. Right? Some children are more studious, some children are less studious, some children have a greater ability to understand, some children have less of an ability to understand. It's our job as parents, in Mitzvah Hashem, you'll also have this job as well, right? But the job of a parent is to identify each child, what their strengths and their weaknesses are, and allow that child to flourish according to who they are, and not like cookie cutter, right? Not to have everybody coming out exactly the same. And I heard once from Rav Pesach Krohn the most astonishing idea. It's really very, very beautiful. He said it in the name of one of the Hasidic Rebbes, that the word chanoch, in chanoch lenara pidako, that we should educate every child according to his ability, the word chanoch should really be spelled chet, nun, vav, chaf. Chanoch. However, Shlomo HaMelech spelled chanoch without a vav. Chet, nun, chaf. That's a little bit like spelling education with a K. So David, who's from England, he thinks that's funny, and the Americans don't really understand what the big deal is. And isn't that how you spell it? Right? Actually, you know where they're really holding a spell? Spelling chanoch without a vav, it seems like it's a spelling mistake. Like, what would possess what would possess King Solomon to spell, education the wrong way? So, Rav Pesach Krohn said in the name of one of the Hasidic rabbis, I can't remember who it was, he said that the vav is missing in Chanoch to teach us that every single one of us, in education, every single one of us is missing something. Don't ever imagine that you know everything, and don't ever imagine that that you're perfect. And that's the real lesson that Shlomo HaMelech is giving us, King Solomon, is that we need to know that if I'm not perfect, I can't demand perfection from my children either.
Shlomo HaMelech say that? I mean,
what?
That's very interesting.
Chanoich l'na'al pidako, you should know, first of all, it's a pasuk in Mishlei, in Proverbs. It's an astonishingly powerful verse, right? Each child should be educated according to his. He's giving parenting classes. Now, it sounds incredibly obvious, right? I don't know how many of you over here how many siblings you've got. But, families are really extraordinary things, because siblings, you all come from the same parents, you've all got the same DNA, you're all brought up in exactly the same environment, and yet all siblings are different. They've all got their own personalities. They've all got their own. It's something absolutely incredible. And King Solomon is saying, Chanoch l'na'al pidako, that you should know that, right? That as a parent, you should know that every child is different, and what's good for one child is not necessarily good for another child, and what's good for the other child is not going to be good for the first child. And you've got to know that and identify that. And the more in tune you are with your children's different personalities, the better is your ability to be able to help them and to educate them. The end of the verse is even more important than the beginning of the verse. The beginning of the verse says, Chanoch l'na'al pidako, that we should educate every child according to who they are. But the end of the verse says, why? Ki gam ki yazkin lo yasor mimenu, that when the child gets wiser, when the child gets older, what you've taught him shouldn't disappear from him. Jewish education here, maybe just as a little bit of an aside, but it's something terribly important. Jewish education is not defined by how many degrees you've got. Jewish education is not defined by how many exams you took and how many tests you took and what percent did you get in the various exams that you took. Jewish education is defined by being able to give over information from one generation to the next, in order that generation, the new generation, should have the information to be able to give it over in their own way to the next generation that comes after them. It's like a relay race, right? In a relay race, you're passing over the baton from one person to the other in the hope that it's going to go from, just keep going all the way through to the end. And that's what we're doing as well. We have the baton, our generation has a baton of education, and we have to give it over to the next generation that's coming after us. How are we going to do that? That's what Shlomo HaMelech, that's what King Solomon's talking about. And that's really what Hanukkah is all about as well. Hanukkah, this idea of revolving around the concept of chinuch, of education, revolving around the idea of the rededication of the temple, that what is important for us is not the physical dimensions. It's interesting in Hanukkah, we'll see in Mitzvah Hashem, with the mitzvahs of Hanukkah, that there are no real physical mitzvahs over here. There is no mitzvah to have a meal. There is no mitzvah to make kiddush on Hanukkah every night of Hanukkah. There really isn't any mitzvah to eat latkes and donuts on Hanukkah either. There really isn't. But you hear the idea that the mitzvah of Hanukkah is what? It's to light the menorah, right? And the menorah represents the clarity of the light, the clarity of the Torah, the idea of going to war in order to be able to learn Torah. And there's the most astonishing thing, again, the Ramban Nachmanides says, when they came back to rededicate the temple on the 25th of Kislev, the temple was in the most terrible state. The Greeks had been in there, they'd ransacked the place. I mean, this is a famous story where they couldn't find a little pitcher of oil, and there were underground storage rooms that the amount of olive oil that was used was enormous inside of the temple, because there were menorahs that were lit, there was lights that were lit all over the place, there was olive oil that was put onto libation offerings and into meal offerings. I mean, the amount of oil was just extraordinary, and they'd managed to defile everything. And they found one little pitcher of oil that still had the stamp of the Kohen Gadol, of the high priest, and that's a pitcher of oil that they used, and that's where the story of Hanukkah comes from. This idea of
like
kosher oil, right? Real deluxe, super deluxe kosher oil. Again, it was as pure as can be. I don't know if does anybody here know anything about olive oil?
Virgin.
Olive oil is the most astonishing stuff. It really is, but it comes in so many different grades. And you can have olive oil, which is you can't eat, but you can use it for light, for lighting, up to the highest grade of cold pressed extra virgin. And this stuff is got no sediments in it, and everything depends on what kind of olives you're using, what kind of color it is, and what kind of taste it's going to have. And there are connoisseurs in olive oil who some olive oils are hundreds of dollars per bottle. And if you understand from this stuff, it's exactly these people get as much enjoyment from olive oil as they do connoisseurs get from wine, for example. It's the same kind of thing. And the olive oil that was used to light the menorah in the temple was the coldest, pressiest, virgin, extra, super deluxe olive oil that you could imagine. Because what was it? They took the olives and they poured huge amounts of olives on top of each other, so that it was the weight of the olives that was pushing down on the olives at the bottom. It wasn't using something, normally when you press olive oil, how do you do that? You have a great big stone and a trough, and you put the olives in the trough, and you put the stone on top, and it pushes down, and that's how the oil comes out. But the olive oil that was being produced, especially for the menorah, only for the menorah, you didn't use a stone, but rather used the weight of other olives on top of it, huge amounts of olives pushing down, and only the first drops that came out were used for the menorah. Everything else was used for other things instead, because the very first drops that come out are the purest drops. They've got no dross, no sediment, no nothing inside of them, and they were considered to be, only that was considered to be worthy to use for the menorah. And again,
that's the oil we're talking about.
That's the oil that we're talking about. Again, in the temple, there were huge amounts of oil, right? Huge. There were probably like a football field's worth of storage rooms with pitchers of oil of different grades being used for different things. But there was very, very little of this very special oil that was used for the menorah, and they're looking. Everything's being defiled. The few pitchers that they have been broken open, which means that they can't be used. And they found one small little pitcher of oil, which was going to be good only for one day, and they used it, and it kept alight for 8 days. And that's where the miracle of Hanukkah comes from, this idea of lighting for 8 days, and every day adding more and more light as we go along. In Mitzvah Hashem, we'll talk about it. But that's where the origins of the festival comes from. That's what we're commemorating over here. But there's just one thing, one detail that I'd like to just mention over here, which is that the Gemara says that when the Chashmonaim, when they finally dedicated the temple, of course the various golden utensils they couldn't find them, they weren't there, they needed to be rededicated as well. In the meantime, what did they do? They built a menorah made out of iron. Shipudim shel Basel, that's the way that the Gemara describes it. They took pieces of iron and they stuck them together, welded them together, one piece in the middle and then pieces coming out on the sides, in order to make a new menorah. And the Ramban Nachmanides points out a very fascinating thing. The halacha is, the Torah says, that it's completely forbidden to use iron or steel in the building of the temple. The temple was a place of peace. These were things that were used for warfare. And subsequently, no metal was supposed to be used except for precious metals like gold and silver, right, and copper, but none of the things that were used for war. Says the Ramban Nachmanides, out of all the things that the Maccabees could have used in order to build the menorah again, why on earth did they use iron, which is forbidden? Right? Shipudim shel Basil, that's the word that it uses, right? So answers the Ramban, because it's absolutely apt that the only time that the Jewish people went to war in order to be able to learn Torah was on Hanukkah, that the rededication of the menorah, which represents the light of Torah, should be built with something that you make weapons of war with. Because they used their weapons of war in order to be able to learn Torah, in order to be able to bring Torah back to the Jewish world, so it was very apt that they used that same material be used in order to fabricate the menorah, in order to begin the avodah, the worship inside of the temple again. The Hanukkah is all about the concept of continuity. Hanukkah is all about the concept of light, of clarity, of purity. There's an incredible one of the later authorities, Rabbi Akiva Eiger says like this, that the halacha says that if everybody is impure, then it's okay to use impure oil in the temple, right? If everything is impure anyway, so it's okay to use impure oil. So he says, why do they go to such trouble in order to find the pure oil, and in order to have a miracle come by that it should stay alive for 8 days? He says, because what are they doing? They're rededicating the temple. They're starting all over again, right? When you start something from the beginning, you want to start in the very best way that you can. It should be as pure as possible, in order that purity should be the foundation of everything that's going to be in the future. Here, so it's two different concepts over here, which means that the metal is being used in order to reinforce this idea that they went to war only in order to be able to learn, to continue to learn Torah. It's interesting. That really is Judaism, right? Mixing things together, taking the spiritual purity and applying it to something which is physically imperfect. The truth is, it's a very interesting symbolism. It really is. What's the pshat of impure oil? the minute that the Greeks broke open all of the pitchers, then they're now impure. Up until then, everything was stored in the temple. The only difference between the oils was the grade, right? How clean was it? Again, if you look at if you go to a fancy store, you'll see oil. Hopefully they've got it set out according to the different grades, and you can see clearly inside of the bottle itself, right? That the less expensive oil has got a lot more. There's a lot more sediment inside of it, and the real expensive oils are perfectly clear. That's the idea. The idea of the different grades of quality of oil. Not they were all pure. Presumably, all of the oil that was sitting in the temple had been dedicated for temple use, and that means that you can't take it now and use it for cooking with outside of the temple. The problem is it can't be used in the temple because it's been defiled. The Aruch HaShulchan, one of the great later authorities, just before the Second World War, he writes that the miracle, that there are many different explanations of how to define exactly the miracle of Hanukkah. And he says that the miracle of Hanukkah is really the fact that the Jewish people drove out this incredible, mighty war machine, and was something which was completely and absolutely unexpected. And only because God, they had God on their side. So I guess that helped in the end, right? So the moral of the story is, it helps to have God on your side, right? Definitely. There you go. Okay, we're going to stop over here, Mitzvah Hashem.
I ran NCSY in Long Island for 9 years, and it was not unusual that I would meet a teenager, 14, 15 years old. And he'd say to me,
Parashat Vayeshev, one of the most difficult stories in the Bible, the terrible sibling rivalry between the brothers and Yosef. a sibling rivalry literally unto death. The brothers would like Joseph to be killed, to die, but certainly not to be the head of the family. Why did they hate him so much? Was it just a matter of jealousy? I think not. They hated him because of the dreams. You see, his dreams were very interesting. Show me what you dream and I'll tell you who you are, said a very fine psychiatrist. And he dreams first of sheaves of grain and how the sheaves of the brothers bow down to his sheaf. And then he dreams of the sun, moon, and stars, likewise bowing down to him. He dreams of mastery, he dreams of control. But it's worse than that. The brothers were all shepherds. The family business was shepherding. Joseph dreams of sheaves of grain, he dreams of agriculture. And the center for agriculture at that time was Egypt. But for the Jews it should be Eretz Yisrael. That's not mentioned in Joseph's dream. The second dream. He dreams of the sun, moon, stars bowing down. Now Jacob had a dream, but he believed in giving obeisance to God, not to a human being. In Joseph's dream, the sun, moon, and stars are showing him, Joseph, obeisance. The brothers said, that's idolatry. That's unacceptable. And therefore they really wanted to kill Joseph. One more thing which is critically important. Hanukkah always falls out on the weeks surrounding Joseph, his dreams, and the sibling rivalry. And there's a very important reason for that. You know, the Greek Syrians were trying to conquer Judea. And there was a war between the Jews, the Greek Hellenists, who were also Jewish in the beginning, and then the Greek Syrian government and the Jews. It's fascinating. The sign for the victory of Hanukkah is a menorah and the miracle of the candles, enough for only one day, and it lit for 8 days. Why should that have been the symbol? The symbol should have been a weapon of war, a sign of victory. But I'll tell you what I truly think. God says to the Jewish people, you're allowed to fight wars, milchamot mitzvah. But that's only a war against the Gentiles who are coming to kill you. If it's a war against Jews, even if those Jews are very angry at you, when you're fighting against Jews, don't use weapons of war and death and destruction. If you're fighting against Jews, teach them, educate them, inspire them. Kiner mitzvah v'Torah or. Show them the light of Torah. Don't kill your brother Jew, no matter how wrong you think he is. That's the connection. Joseph's brothers were angry at him, and they believed that he was forsaking Jacob's birthright. Even so, they never should have tried to kill him.
How many times has it happened to you? You were involved in something and you have stress from something, you had a difficult day, and at that moment somebody comes up to you and says, I need your help.
But anyways, we want to talk a little bit about Hanukkah. Hanukkah is coming in a week. In a week is first candle of Hanukkah. We're lighting it on Motzei Shabbat, but next Sunday is the first day of Hanukkah. And we had a few interesting classes about some mystical explanations about Hanukkah, which you can find online. The entire week, this week and next week, we will talk a lot about Hanukkah. And mainly what I wanna derive out of this beautiful holiday. But what I want to talk about today is a little bit of simple laws, of halachot about Hanukkah, but with a little bit of explanation of the mystical part of the halakha itself, why I have to do it. So the main topics of Hanukkah, we're going to read out of the book, the main topics that I need to follow is that first of all I have to make sure that in every house there's a menorah going to be lit in. And it means that everybody has to have everybody is obligated in being part of a lighting of a menorah. Usually the men are the ones who light the candles, but women have to be participating in the lighting of the menorah. You have to make sure that the children of the house and the rest of the other children also know about the holiday and they know everything about the miracle. It's extremely important that when you have the opportunity to influence another person that doesn't light a menorah to light the menorah or to participate in lighting, it's extremely important, and we'll talk about that. I don't know if we'll get to it today, but that kids get Hanukkah geld, that they get money on. Excuse me?
All kids.
All kids.
You can ask when you're grown up for kids.
Mainly for younger kids, but it's older kids can get it too.
Why?
Why older kids or why Hanukkah geld? We're going to go through one by one. If we're not going to get to it this week, this shiur, the entire shiurim, we're going to talk about it. It's important to also encourage the kids that they will give other kids Hanukkah geld, mainly for chinuch, but also for them to be able to give charity. And it's extremely important to arouse in the kids or other people to increase in charity of the time of the days of Hanukkah. And it's very, very important to learn everything about Hanukkah in the days of Hanukkah. And these are the general things. Now, basically what happened in Hanukkah. Hanukkah, just in a very short overview, we start celebrating Hanukkah on the day that is Chaf Hei, the 25th day of Kislev. And if you look at the word Hanukkah, and you break it into two, the first part of the word is Chanu, Chet Nun Vav, and then the last part is Kaf Hei. Chanu means parked, and Kaf Hei is the day of the month. This is the day that the war stopped. So they parked, they stopped on the day of Kaf Hei. Because the war, we learned about it in the previous shiur, that there was constantly fighting for about 20 years. The whole fight was about 20 years. 20 years there was Bet HaMikdash, there was the Kohanim, everything was going there. Yeah, of course. And the Greek already, we talked about it last week, I don't want to go into length. The Greek came and they started pressing the Jews, and at some point somebody lost it, and they were like, okay, we're going to fight with them. So, and then there was a war, but a lot of people think that the war was like just a couple of days. The war was very long. There was constantly fighting. So, excuse me? No, there was constantly fighting, and every time they would go, let's say, one or two of the Jewish, from the Hashmonaim, the Jewish soldiers, into one place, and 2 or 3 guys would fight 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 people and win them like that, and come back. But it was an ongoing war. It wasn't like a one-time thing. But on the Chaf Hei, the 25th day of Kislev, the war ended, and that's kind of how it got the name Chanu Kaf Hei. Chanu is parked, they stopped in the day of the 25th of Kislev. Another reason why it got the name Chanukah is because at the exact same time they did something that is called Chanukat HaMizbeach. They anointed the altar, and they had a party, so to say, a festival. For 8 days they built the altar, and they did the first use of it. And this is called Chanukat. How did you say?
Dedication.
The dedication. We see now in our days that when somebody gets a new home, they do Chanukat Habayit, and it's a custom up until today. So they did this dedication for the Mikdash, and it was exactly at that time. Therefore, they called it Chanukat HaMizbeach, and it was at the same time. Now, the period of Chanukah was in the middle of the time of the Second Temple, and that's the time when it all started. We talked about it more in last shiur. I don't want to stop about it too much, but mainly what the Greek wanted to do is that they wanted to come to oppose their laws. They did not want us to believe in the Kadosh Baruch Hu. They did not want us to practice the Torah. They said they did not have a problem with us learning Torah. Just don't practice it. Just don't bring it into your life. And they mainly did not like anything that didn't make sense. They didn't like circumcision. They didn't like family purity. They didn't like mikveh, kosher, all these things that didn't make sense. Because the Greek were all about making sense. And they did not like the whole concept. So their fight was against the spiritual part of the religion. Now, one of the miracles was, there was a lot of miracles. One of the miracles was that they won the war. I mean, it was miraculous. But one of the miracles was that they came into Bet HaMikdash after the war, and all the pitchers of oil were contaminated, because they knew that if they touch the oil, they will make the oil impure. Therefore, they cannot use it. Unfortunately for them, they did not know the halakha, and even if the entire nation is impure, you're still allowed to use the oil. But the miracle was that they went through the rubbles and all the destruction, and they found a pitcher of oil, and the oil, you know, the famous story, it was supposed to be enough for 1 day, and it lit up for 8 days. So that was the basic part of the miracle. But other than that, the main part of the miracle was that Hashem came down to the world and He changed something. Because there were many miracles in the past, and there was not a holiday for them. If we would have a holiday for every miracle that we had, then we will have 50 holidays every day, because almost every day there were great miracles. The reason why the sages decided Hanukkah will have a holiday, they only decided that a year later, because they saw, they were very high level individuals. They had what's called Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, and they saw that the following year the exact same godly revelation returned. And usually that doesn't happen in a miracle. A miracle happens, it's a one-time thing, and that's it. The sages at the time, they saw that the godly revelation that happened the year before returned again that year. Therefore they understood that this is going to be a continuing thing. Therefore they said this is going to be a holiday. And since then we do two things that our sages instructed us to do. One of them is saying Hallel, is praising Hashem when we pray, and the other one is lighting candles. We spoke about it in last class that there are 613 mitzvot from the Torah, and then there are 7 mitzvot from our sages. One of them is saying Hallel. One of them is lighting candles, Shabbat candles, Iruv Chatzerot, doing the limitations and boundaries of places. But the last law, the last mitzvah that the sages decided is the mitzvah of Hanukkah, lighting the candle of Hanukkah, which means that Hanukkah is mitzvah number 620. 620 is the numerical value of the name of the word Keter, crown, which means that the mitzvah of Hanukkah, it literally completes all 620 mitzvot, and it's the crown of the Torah. So we have two mitzvot from our sages that we celebrate on the holiday of Hanukkah. One of them is saying Hallel, and women should say that too. We spoke about last year about the obligation of women praying. Women should say Hallel too. It's not a long prayer. It's better if they say it while they pray Shacharit. And if they can't, they should make an effort in the time of Hanukkah to pray Shacharit so they can say Hallel. And even if you did not pray Shacharit, you can still say Hallel. It is a prayer that is instructed by our sages, and it's good to say that. Now, we're going to go a few laws in Hanukkah. One of them is that we have to be happy in the time of Hanukkah. It's a mitzvah to be festive and to celebrate during the time of Hanukkah, and it's prohibited from us to fast. We're not allowed to fast on Hanukkah. Even a bride and groom, when they have their wedding during the days of Hanukkah, bride and grooms, they fast on the day of their wedding. On the 8 days of Hanukkah, bride and groom are not allowed to fast. Excuse me? It's a very good time to get married, because first of all we obligated in being happy and festive. So if you get married on the days of Hanukkah, then you're tripling the happiness, and you have your Sheva Brachot, and it's a very good time to get married. It's actually a very busy season in the wedding industry. So when you're planning your wedding, B'ezrat Hashem, plan it on Hanukkah. So we're obligated in being happy. We're not allowed to fast. And Hanukkah, we're allowed to do melacha. We're allowed to work. It's the one of the only two holidays that we're allowed to work. Not like the other festivals like Pesach and Shavuot and Sukkot that we're not allowed to work. On Hanukkah you're allowed to work. But at the time that we light candles, women are specifically not allowed to work, to do any type of melacha. Not washing dishes, not mopping the floor, not doing laundry, any type of work. And even if you work in a job, with the time when you light candles, you're not allowed to work. This is the only time when we're not allowed to work, also men. But women in particular, this is the time that women are not allowed to do anything. And one of the many reasons why is because one of the miracles of the holiday of Hanukkah was because of a woman. Her name was Yehudit, or in the Ashkenaz way of saying it is Yehudis, but her name was Yehudit. She was the daughter of Yochanan, and she went and seduced one of the biggest generals of the army of the Greeks, and she fed him cheeses, and he got very thirsty, so she brought this very good wine. She made him drunk, then he fell asleep, and she chopped his head off. So she was a very brave woman. I don't think there's many women in our generation that would be willing to do such a thing.
No, but she was a friend of Yael.
So, in the merit of this amazing woman, like I mentioned many times, that it's the power and the merit of the women who actually always saves us. So in the merit of this amazing woman, there was another part of the war, there was one. Therefore, this is a very special holiday for women. And especially when we light candles, you're not allowed to do anything. You want to take that time. We're going to talk about it probably Motzei Shabbat when we light the first candle, but we're also going to do another shiur. We're going to have one on Tuesday and Thursday about many things you want to do during the time of the candle lighting. And for sure you don't want to work. You want to concentrate that you're not doing anything. If you're married and you have kids, then you want to be busy with the kids and around them. If you're single, you still want to read whatever you need to read and learn whatever you need to learn. but it's definitely not the time to do any melacha.
For how long?
For 30 minutes.
And no lighter?
Yes, since you know, it's when you're next to the candles. So, I mean, if it's time to light the candles, and you're lighting the candles an hour later because your husband is at work and he's coming late, it's not that you're on vacation. I mean, you want to. You want to do that from Shkia, from sundown, till the time that the candles are lit, that you're not busy in doing anything, that you're focused on the mitzvah of lighting the candles. Excuse me? Reading? Learning. Reading what you... Learning?
I thought we
Part of the things that you want to do is you want to not read a magazine. We'll talk about what are the things you want to read. But it's not reading a magazine, and you want to do it while the candles are lit up.
Wait, half hour after the stars come out, or
No, the time to light, we're going to get to it. The time to light,
not work?
first of all, from time of Shkia, which here in Tzfat is around 4:30. Everyone should check in their own place what time is Shkia. But from Shkia, you're not allowed to do anything till you light candles. You're not allowed to eat even. So that's why we have the habit that we light candles as early as we can. It's not good to do the candle lighting at 8 in the evening. Because from Shkia, from sundown, and everyone needs to look in their area when is Shkia. This Friday in Tzfat, Shkia was 4:31. There's two types of Shkia, what's called Begova and Bemishor. So one of them is in this Shabbat was 4:31, and Bemishor is 4:39. You want to check exactly, but from the time of Shkia, you're not allowed to eat, you're not allowed to learn, you're not allowed to do anything, you have to light candles. So we men go to pray Mincha a little bit earlier. We light candles in the synagogue, and we rush home to light candles right away. If you're having a party and you want to light the candles at 8 o'clock in the evening till you light it again, it's not good to wait till 8. You want to light it in its time. Now for the ladies, once Shkia comes in, you stop. You don't do anything. You don't eat, you don't have coffee, you don't clean, you don't do anything. You sit and you wait for the candles to be lit. And once the candles are lit, you have half an hour that you have to be focused on the candles. That doesn't mean you have to sit like this. Why not? If you want to look at the candles and you meditate on the right things, that's one thing. But there are certain things that you want to learn and read. When I'm saying reading, there's a certain tikkun brought by the Arizal that you read next to the candles, and you want to do that. That's reading, that's learning. Now, very few people are able to look at the candles and meditate on the Or HaGanuz. So, at least if you don't do that, then you read something that has to do with a miracle, or if you're in a group, so the husband should say a Dvar Torah.
You mentioned lighting twice in a minute?
No, I said that if, let's say you want to organize a party, okay, and in the party you want to make a public lighting of the menorah.
My question was, at the second time also, you're going to do the lacha?
We'll go through all the halachot, but let's say one of the first things that we're going to go through is that women usually don't light the candles. Now, what happens to a single woman that she doesn't have a husband to come home to light the candles? So I can light now a menorah for another person. So let's say I light candles at 4:30 for my family, and at 8 o'clock in the evening I'm making a party. And in the party coming a lot of individuals that did not hear the menorah. Then I can light it again. And I light it for them. With a bracha. Because I'm now lighting it for somebody else. Now, the halacha is that I must have my family members around me, because I have to do what's called Pirsum Anisa. I have to advertise the miracle. Now, assuming, let's say I don't have family members, I have to have people around me. I can't light a menorah by myself. Now, if let's say a man works, and he can't get off work, and he comes home very late, and it's 11 o'clock at night, and there's nobody there, then he can't say the bracha. He has to light the Chanukiah, and he can't say the bracha. So, If it's me, I'm now very particular and I light the candles exactly on time. I run from shul, my wife and kids are there, and I light the menorah. 3 hours later we're making a party and we're inviting a lot of people, and I know that in that party there are people who didn't hear the blessing and they didn't see a candle lighting. I'm going to light again the menorah and I will say a bracha. In this particular case, it would be, I will maybe get one of my sons to light it, or maybe a man that came home from work late. But if there's not that option, I would light it again with a bracha, and it's not going to be bracha lebatala, of saying a blessing in vain, because I'm lighting it to the individuals that did not benefit from the bracha before.
If I do it for a person, because the person
is not capable, if you're doing it for a person that is not capable,
and I do it in my house, can I help her do it in her house, or it's not necessary?
first of all, if it's a person that is not capable, better to bring that person to a public lighting, so they will see it. But if it depends on the level of the capability of the person, because you can't take to a person who's physically or mentally not capable and make them light it, they're not doing the actual mitzvah. It's better to bring somebody to light it for them, or bring them to a public lighting.
She's going to come to my house, okay? I'm going to. But then, I can help her do it in her house, or it is not necessary?
No, it's not necessarily. If you can, let's do like this, just because it would be more polite for people. If you want, if you have questions, maybe write them down, and then after I'll answer all the questions. Because sometimes it's very personal, and then it's not shayach to other people. The point is that a person who's not capable of doing it, then you want to bring that person to somebody else's candle lighting. The thing is that we have to first know who are the ones who are obligated. The ones who are obligated in the is Hanukkah candles is everybody. Everybody has to be part of a candle lighting. There's not one person that is exempt from that. And the right way of doing it is that one person in the family lights for the entire family. That's the right way of doing it. There is the custom that, for example, with my boys, all my boys light the menorah. So this is more for educating. They're not obligated. They can be considered part of the candle lighting when I do it. And we want to educate them. So my boys and many others, what they do is the boys have their own menorahs and they light their own candles. Women don't do that. When my daughter was very young, she used to light also a candle because she first of all didn't want to be out. It's not fair why the boys are lighting and not me. But now when she's older, she doesn't light the candles. But if a woman doesn't have a husband and she's by herself, then somebody else would light for her. That's the right way of doing it. Even though he lit already by himself. But the thing is that she has to be present while he's lighting it. So if a single woman doesn't have a husband, then the right way is that she has to have somebody else light it for her and she has to be there. Now, the right way of doing it is that you have to light the candles in your home. And you have to light it in the main room of the house. So where would that be? That would be in the living room, not in the bedroom or not in the kitchen. We're going to talk about in a second where we're actually putting the menorah, but first it's who's obligated in the menorah and how you do it. Everybody's obligated to hear the candle lighting. And it's a mitzvah to do to beautify the candles. Now we light it, the right way of doing it is lighting it with oil, not we're lighting it with wax. And you want to get the most purest oil to light it. And you don't want to add also things to the oil, like you mentioned last week. And you want it to be the most purest oil, and you want it to be the most refined wick. In our days, you buy a ready-made kit. You don't have to work so hard. In the olden days, they had to make the wick and then to put it into some piece of either metal or wood or not metal, or something that will make it float on the oil. Nowadays it's very simple. You go to the supermarket and you buy a ready-made wick, a ready-made set with good oil. Some of them are better than the others. You do not want to save the couple dollars on the oil. You want to buy the most refined oil, the most purest oil, and the best kind. You want to make sure that it's the best of it. If you have what's called kanim, like the cups, you want to make sure that they're cleaned every day. You want to make sure that you're shining your menorah. It's a very special mitzvah. You want to make sure that your menorah is very, very beautiful. If you have not so much money, then you want to invest in the menorah. Even though if you don't have much money. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to sidetrack for a second for a personal story with the menorah, is that I told you before that in the beginning of my path that I had my own business to fund my own organization. So for many years I had a business. And Baruch Hashem, the business was doing good. And it was the first few years of my religious life. Came Chanukah, and I was like, okay, it's time to buy a Chanukiah. So I went in my mind with the budget that I wanted to spend for a menorah, for a Chanukiah, and I went to the store. And in my mind, the amount was set for $300. I was like, that's what I can afford. For $300 to buy a menorah, a Chanukiah. And I went into the store, and right away my eye catches the nice menorahs. Ooh, that one's a nice one, that one's a nice one. And of course the person from the store comes, how can I help you? I need a Chanukiah. Okay. So right away I tell her, how much is this menorah? $3,000. Oh, okay. How much is that one? $4,000. I was like, okay, I have expensive taste. What do you have for $300? So she takes me and tells me this one, and this one. And I'm like, yeah, it's not so nice. And there was one menorah that really caught my eye. And how much is that one? She was like, no, that's not $300. It's way more. I was like, okay, what should I do? And I was like, okay, you know what? Let me think about it. And I go home, and I'm like, I really want that other menorah. It was very, very expensive. But I was like, I really want it. And on my other side, I'm like, but I budget myself for $300. And I was backwards and forth, what should I do? And then I was like, you know what? Why is Hashem giving me money? Hashem is giving me money to have a bigger balance in my bank account. Hashem is giving me money to buy mitzvot with it. You know what? I'm going to go completely against my nature, and I'm going to go and buy this expensive Chanukiah, because the money that Hashem gives me is to beautify a mitzvah, and not to be cheap on a mitzvah. And this is a very special mitzvah. It's not the time to being cheap now, or stingy, or worried that I'm not going to have enough money, it's not in my budget. I'm going to go totally against my nature, totally against my wife. If I would ask my wife what to do, I'm buying the expensive Chanukiah. And it was a very big struggle. And I went and bought this very expensive Chanukiah. It was almost, doesn't matter the amount, much, much more expensive than the $300. And I buy the Chanukiah, and in my mind I'm like excited because I bought this fancy Chanukiah. And in my mind I'm also worried, now how am I going to pay for it? Anyways, that day I had a meeting in some business deal that originally was supposed to close for a certain amount, for maybe $3,000 or $4,000. And I'm sitting with the person, out of the blue, they're like, okay, I want this, and this, and the business deal was like 3 times more than what I initially expected. And the business deal closed. And I was like, wow. Look how Hashem works. If I would buy the $300 Chanukiah, probably the deal would close, but for the $3,000. And since I went completely out of my way, and I was like, no, comes a mitzvah, I'm going all the way. And such a mitzvah, and I'm not going to be cheap and stingy with the money I'm doing for a mitzvah. Hashem right away, like an ATM, says, no problem, I'll show you how I can change everything. And that day the business deal closed 3 times more than what I was expecting it to close, out of the blue. It was like already a ready-made deal. It was just closing it. So it was much easier to me to come to my wife and tell her I bought an expensive Chanukiah. because I was like, I bought an expensive Chanukiah, but look, I made a very good business deal today. So, when it comes to a mitzvah, you always want to beautify the mitzvah as much as possible. Bezrat Hashem, after that, I'll tell you another amazing miracle, how I quit smoking. I used to smoke for 13 years, like a chimney. And I quit smoking from the exact same thing of going completely out of my way to do an unbelievable mitzvah. I'll tell you later. I don't want to get off the course of the topic. But the point is that the halacha is that you have to beautify the candles, you have to invest in a good Chanukiah, you go all the way out because this is a very, very special mitzvah. Now, continuing, the wicks of the candles have to be from very good cotton. Like I said before, don't be cheap on the candles. And you want to make sure that the cups are clean, that the Chanukiah is clean, and every day that you prepare it, is exactly like the priests used to, you prepare the menorah in Bet HaMikdash. Next important thing is it's extremely important that you buy a kosher menorah and that you light the candles in the right way. And one of the ways is that the candles have to be in line. A lot of menorahs now, they go in a circle, they go in all sorts of shapes and all sorts of patterns. That's not a kosher menorah. The menorah has to be straight. The candles have to be even. They have to be the same height. They cannot be going in zigzags. Why not? Has to be the same height. No, the point is that some menorahs, they go in a shape of a keshet, of a rainbow.
No, but all the candles need to be on the same height.
They must be on a shape.
In the different places, you can have modular that you can add. You have lots of...
That's not good. The candles have to be straight. If you have a menorah that goes like a zigzag, it's not good.
If of the same height, the candle is supposed to.
They have to be on the same height. If one of them is up too much, it's not good.
No,
but I'm talking about no. The candles have to be straight.
No.
Yes. Why? So here you can take the book and read. This is Shulchan Aruch. It's not עובדה. הנרות יעמדו בשורה אחת שווה ולא בעיגול דהווה כמדורה. The candles can have to be straight.
אז איך השכשירים? איך אנשים דתיים וגדולים מדליקים את זה?
מי?
צורות שונות?
מה זה צורות? A menorah that will go like this in a zigzag is not good. I'm not inventing you. If you want to argue, you can go down the street to the shul of Yosef Karo and argue with him. Chanukiah has to be straight. If you go now to a store and you buy a Chanukiah that goes like that, it's not a kosher menorah. I don't know who's lighting it. Any place that I went that I saw Orthodox people, the Chanukiah is straight. You're not allowed to have it in zigzags or circles or patterns. It's not a kosher Chanukiah. And if you don't, here you can take the book and read. You know Hebrew.
How they do it?
How they do it?
Orthodox people, they can do like workshops for doing Chanukiot.
I don't know. First of all, the Orthodox doesn't mean they know what they're doing. I know many people with black suits and hats, and they don't know what they're doing. We go by the book. I maybe somebody smarter than the book. I don't know, but I read out of the book. I read Shulchan Aruch, and what it says in Shulchan Aruch, there's mefarshim, there's dinim, and it says Chanukiah has to be straight, not zigzagged, and not circle, and not waves, and all. Excuse me? Not about even on a fancy. That has to be one height, but also the shape.
No shaping, just straight line.
No, go now to any normal store of Chanukiot. You'll see that the majority of the Chanukiot is straight. Go now to any big shul, any big center. You're not going to find a menorah that is shaped anywhere, anyway, but straight, even, and the same as all the menorahs are the same. I don't know what people invent. Unfortunately, in our generation, people invent many things. So it has to go by what the Shulchan Aruch says to us, what our Chachamim tell us. I know many people who invent all sorts of things. They add all sorts of things to many stuff. Why do they do it? I don't know why they do it. So again, it's not about orthodox or not orthodox. We go by what our sages teach us. And I'll read it again just that it will be very, very obvious. הנרות יעמדו בשורה אחת שווה ולא בעיגול, דהה וכמדורה. כן לא יהיה אחד יוצא מהשורה ואחד נכנס. This is zigzag. I'll read it again. הנרות יעמדו בשורה אחת שווה. One line, שווה, equal. כן לא יהיה אחד יוצא מהשורה ואחד נכנס. This is zigzag. Not allowed to have that. גם לא אחד בגובה אחד ואחד נמוך. That you knew. Why? ויהיה הפסק. You can't have a hefsek between the candles. You can't put the candles too close to each other. Okay, I'm going to read it in Hebrew that if there's any doubts. ויהיה הפסק בין נר לנר כדי שלא יתקרב הלהב של נר זה לזה ויראה כמדורה. You can't have them too close to each other. So there are menorahs that there are these mini menorahs. You can't have them too close because if there's a chance that the fire will touch each other, then you didn't light the right amount. כשמדליק נרות שעבה יהיה הפסק כדי שלא יתחממו הנרות זה מזה ותיטוף השעבה ויתקלקלו. If you're lighting already with wax, they cannot be next to each other because the little flame makes the wax melt and then they touch each other. So we have here 5 rules that are extremely important which a lot of people are not particular with. So when you're saying orthodox is a definition. I don't know what's orthodox. There's what the Torah tells me. So the Torah tells me very clearly they have to be in one line, they cannot be zigzagged, they cannot be in a circle, they cannot have a fancy design. A menorah is simple. They have to be in the same height, they cannot be close to each other. If you're lighting with wax, which is recommended to light with oil, not with wax, if you are lighting already with wax, they have to be separated from each other. These are the basic things. I'm actually happy that you brought it up. Maybe a lot of people think that it's okay to buy these fancy Chanukiyot. It's not good. That's even worse. I don't know why people, she mentioned the other day that there are workshops that you put all sorts of scents in the oil. I don't know, people are trying to excuse my language because people are not going to like what I'm about to say. They're trying to reform the mitzvah. So we're not allowed to restructure something that is not supposed to be like that. So I don't know why people make all these things. I don't have control or responsibility of it. But when it's time to do a mitzvah, I open the book. I don't count on the Judaica store or the workshop that I got an invitation. I buy a book and I make sure that it's a kosher book and I read the book and I apply what the book tells me. Next thing. We talked about that the menorah has to be a kosher menorah and has to be as fancy as possible. Another important thing is that if you buy these cups and you pour the oil in it, or you buy the cups that already have the oil, if any of the oil is remaining, you're not allowed to use this oil for anything. You have to burn that oil. And a lot of the cups, what happens is the wick doesn't go so down. Some of the sets that you buy, or if you make it yourself, there's always a little bit of oil in the bottom. And by the way, this also applies to Shabbos candles. The Sfaradim, they light Shabbat candles with oil. The Ashkenazim, they light it with wax. Different groups, they have their own minhagim. Many light with wax, many light Shabbat candles with oil. If there's remaining oil at the end of the cup, in order to use this oil, you have to burn it after Shabbat. Same thing with Chanukah. You might have noticed, or you remember or not remember, that when we light the Chanukiah with these cups, sometimes there's oil left in the bottom. You're not allowed to use this oil for anything. You have to burn it.
And you throw it away?
No, you don't throw it. It's like shmeis.
Can you use it for the next light?
No, that's exactly what it's about. Shmeis is gniza. It's like something holy. You can't throw it.
For the next Shabbos, we use it in the gniza if we cannot burn it? How do you burn it?
No, the right way is to burn that oil. First of all, is you take the oil, if you want the technical part of it. The thing is like this. Let's make order, seder b'balagan. If you have oil remaining, you're not allowed to take the cup and throw it in the garbage, first of all, because this oil was used for a mitzvah. You're not allowed to throw it in the garbage. There's the best way of doing it is you collect all the cups and you pour the oil into the cup. And then you have 1 cup of oil and you just put a wick and you burn it. And you know, yeah, of course, without a bracha, and you don't want to do it next to the candles. It's not going to be... Exactly. Now, if you can't pour the 100% the oil, then you take a candle and you hold the cup and you put the candle in it for 3 seconds. It will burn the oil, and that's it. And you want to do it because it's oil that was used for a mitzvah. If you are very, very lazy and you're not capable and you don't want to, then wrap it good in foil and put it in shmeis. Yeah, shmeis is gniza. But the point is that in most cases they do burn the oil completely. And again, I don't want you leaving this class being OCD and starting to coming with burners and making fires. The point is that there's always going to be a little bit remaining. That's fine. But I'm talking about sometimes, I don't know if you remember it from your experience, the wick burns out and then you're left with 3-4 millimeters of oil. That's the oil you're not allowed to use. I'm not really talking about the greasy part that stays in the cup. That you can throw. I'm just telling you again, don't leave now OCD and start with a magnifying glass looking for oil.
Like the water with soap, the greasy stuff, or we can refill it again?
If you're using particular cups that you want to use for the next day, you don't have to wash it. But the thing is that Baruch Hashem, we have in our generation an abundance. You throw these cups. When you buy this kit, in all the Judaica stores, it comes with 36 cups that you have enough for every day. As long as the majority of the oil burnt, take the cups, throw it. And the cups you can throw. Then it has to be clean. If you're adding new oil, if you have these special cups and every day you add oil, then the cup has to be cleaned. It has to be cleaned from dirt, from anything else. We'll read it inside. Yes.
אני יודעת ששמן זית זה הכי מורגר, אבל מניסיון אני יודעת שהוא לא בוער כל כך טוב. כמו למשל שמן קנולה, שהוא הרבה יותר זול. למשל שמן קנולה זה הלהבה מאוד יפה.
So you want to buy oil that is shemen zayit that already has a mixture in it that will burn it the right way. There's bottles that you can buy that are kosher with a hechsher and they're done that it has the pure olive oil in it. It says like this. It says like this, and I'll read it just that you'll know, and you make your decision. I want to read it that you'll see. Mitzvah min hamuvchar להשתמש בשמן זית לנרות חנוכה. Mitzvah min hamuvchar, that it's the best way of doing it to use olive oil, pure olive oil for Hanukkah. This is brought from Shulchan Aruch. This is not an invention. ואם אינו מצוי, he cannot find this pure olive oil, ישיג נרות שעבה, או ישתמש בשמן אחר שאורו זך ונקי. If he cannot find this type of oil, then he can use either wax or other type of oil that his light will be clean and pure. And again, this is again also brought down from Shulchan Aruch. וגם אם אלה אינם מצויים, if he can't find these, הרי כל השמנים כשרים לנר חנוכה. All the types of oils are kosher for Hanukkah. So you want to make a decision if you want it to be beautiful or if you want it to be mehudar. If you feel that the shemen zayit, that the olive oil is not as beautiful, the candle is not as beautiful, you make your own decision if you want it to be any type of oil will be kosher. It's your decision if you want the pure olive oil or if you want it to be more beautiful flame, or you make a mix between them. This is a matter of opinion, this is a matter of taste, each one does whatever they want. In regards to the cups that you ask, it says like this, and I'm going to read again in Hebrew and translate, את השמן הנשאר במנורה אחרי חנוכה, the oil that stayed after lighting the menorah, וכן את הפתילות, and also the wicks, עושה להן מדורה, you make yourself a little fire, ושורפן, and you burn them. Why? משום שהוקצו למצוותן, because they were used for a mitzvah. You can't throw them. ואסור ליהנות מהן. You're not allowed to derive any pleasure from them. אלא אם כן התנה תחילה שאינה מקצה את הנותר. Unless you make a condition that you're saying whatever is left from the oil, I'm not using it for any benefit.
Some people burn it with the chametz in Pesach.
That's what I was about to say, because that's what I do. So some people, they keep it. I burn everything with chametz. My etrog, my lulav, my Chanukah, my Havdalah candles that are at the end, anything that was used for a mitzvah. This is, by the way, also with a Havdalah candle. You use the entire Havdalah candle, then you got to this point. You don't throw this to the garbage. You can't throw it to the garbage. It was used for a mitzvah. So you have to either, I know a lot of people say, wrap it double wraps in foil and throw it. It's the same thing with tzitzit. My little kids, they rip their tzitziot all the time, even me. Sometimes the little tzitzit gets ripped. Yes, you can wrap it twice and throw it. But why would I want to throw a mitzvah? So the tzitziot, I put in shmeis, in gniza. I put it in books that we bury. But things like the Havdalah candle, and Chanukah candle, and my lulav, and my etrog. I mean, everybody's asking my etrog to do a jam out of it. I keep the etrog till Pesach.
You're not allowed to make a...
You're allowed. You're allowed.
It was for a mitzvah. How come you're allowed to use it?
How come you're allowed to do the etrog for a mitzvah?
No,
Because
to eat it, if it was used for a mitzvah.
that's why many people don't use it for the jam. The thing is that for the jam is that you're actually making food out of it, and if you derive a hana'ah from it, you can do it. Based on many teachings, especially of Kabbalah, I burn my etrog in the chametz. And everything. Exactly. Now, I can tell you already that this is where you see the power of a mitzvah, that every Sukkot I buy my kids etrogim just for the chinuch. My boys, I buy them a lulav and etrog, so they feel all happy that they have an etrog, and for the chinuch, for the educating. But a lot of the times, since it's very expensive, we buy a etrog that is pasul. Or, a little kid it's not a mitzvah for them. So one time, we opened up the boxes of the etrogim months after Sukkot. So the etrogim of my boys were all rotten and crumpled and hard and stiff. And my etrog that was used for a mitzvah was like 8-9 months after Sukkot, was exactly like how it looked in Sukkot. Fresh, not dry, had scent, like as if it was preserved. And I pulled it out of the box and I told my wife, look at the power of a mitzvah. The mitzvah, the kedusha, the holiness penetrated into the etrog. It was left perfect 9 months after Sukkot. So I burn my etrog also in the chametz. There's a reason for that. When we come to Pesach, we'll talk about that. I burn my lulav.
What's the difference between an etrog and the end of the candle of Havdalah, or
because the candle you don't eat. Here you take the etrog and you can elevate through saying a bracha. You derive anah from it. This is not you're not going to eat a candle. So going back to what we were saying, so we can finish the class. If you do light with the candles, the right way is to have already in your mind to do a condition that whatever's left, I'm not going to derive any pleasure from that, and I'm going to leave it. But as it says here, that you make yourself a little medura. The best way to take a can of olives or pickles or whatever, empty it, wash it, put it all inside, and burn it, and just burn everything inside. Or you can wrap it and throw that too. But the point is that you have to understand that the oil in the Chanukiah was used for a mitzvah. You cannot later on take and use it or throw it or desecrate it in any way. You want to keep it in a holy matter, in a holy fashion. Same with the wicks. So the easiest way is you burn it all. Once you burn it, it's like challah. Every week you do a foshat challah. I hope you do every week a foshat challah. But then you're remaining with a piece of dough. So there's a question, what do you do with this dough? So every couple weeks, my wife makes a barbecue in the home. She stinks up the whole home. She puts it in the oven. The whole house becomes smog, but she burns the challah till it's burnt, and then you throw it.
You burn it with the chametz?
You're not supposed to burn it at the same time with the challah.
You can do that. You don't have to. No, you have to burn it. It has to be burnt. Yeah.
I burned it on the burner.
Yeah. Some people, I mean, in the beginning, exactly. In the beginning of our marriage life, my wife used to bury it in Pesach, with the chametz. The problem was that my entire fridge was bowls of foil. At some point, I was like, "There's no room anymore." And then I would come to the burning of the chametz with bags, and you can't throw it with the foil. You have to open it. Now it was frozen, so it's all stuck into it, and it became such a big mess. Now I had a problem. It doesn't burn the whole dough because it's stuck to the foil. And so at some point I asked the Rav, and he's like, "Just burn it. Tell your wife to burn it, and after she uses it. If you don't want to, if you can, you burn it right after. But practical people, they say, well, every time I'm going to make a medura, so my wife does it every couple weeks. If you can, why not? Yeah, you burn it right away.
You just bake it and not burn it?
No, it has to be burnt. Since we don't use it and you don't give it to a priest, it has to be burnt, and nobody can have any pleasure out of it. It has to be burnt. It means you have to put it on the fire, that it will be mamash pecham. It will be okay. In everything you'll find the opinions what you. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do. Yeah. That nobody will derive, even an animal will not have pleasure from it.
Sorry, I didn't understand about the oil of the Chanukiah. You're not supposed to have benefit from it? That's why you burn it?
No, after the oil was remained, you lit up now the Chanukiah. You have some oil left in the.
No, I understand.
Now you can't use it for the next day.
Why?
Because you have to use new oil. It was burned. It was already used. The mitzvah is over. The next day is a new mitzvah. You can't use it again. So you have to renew it. You can't refill it like to roll it over and they say, okay, I have half a cup. You have to. That's why in our day you just throw the whole cup.
What's the condition of your mind? I don't know what's the condition.
If you don't want to go through all this, so you make a condition. If you don't want to go through this whole thing, you make a condition of burning and getting rid of it. So you make a condition of saying any remaining oil that will remain, I am not going to use it, and I'm not going to have any benefit from it, and therefore I can throw it away.
So then you don't have to burn it?
Yeah, I'm going to.
Throw it away, I thought.
No, I'm going to read it again, and that way you'll follow, and I'll translate it. Okay, את השמן הנשאר במנורה אחרי החנוכיה, the oil that is left in the Chanukiah after lighting it. וכן את הפתילות, also the wicks. עושה להן מדורה ושורפן. You make a small bonfire, I suggested in a tin, and you burn everything completely. משום שהוקצו למצוותן, because they were designated to their mitzvah. So you can't have any use of it. ואסור ליהנות מהם, which means you can't enjoy not the wicks, not the cup, not the oil. Since it was designated for a mitzvah, that's it. It's muktzeh. You can't use it anymore for anything. Not muktzeh like Shabbat. Muktzeh means that you can't use it anymore. אלא אם כן התנה. Only if he made a condition before. שאינו מקצה את הנותר. That he's not taking the rest and separating it from the mitzvah.
For a mitzvah.
If you do that, then you're not obligated in anything that I just told you. Yes.
I'm making the condition, that's it.
So you can make a condition, but the right way of doing it, that even if you don't make a condition, then you not to just throw it to the garbage. If you want to be super safe, then before you light the candles, you tell your husband, make a condition that anything is going to be left is not going to be separated from the mitzvah. Then you put it in a bag and you throw it, and that's it.
It's not only separated for the mitzvah.
Exactly.
So then you can just
Yeah, you take the cups, put it all in the garbage and throw it away, and nothing happened.
Okay, thank you. It was very important.
But the point is, a lot of people don't do a condition, or they don't know that, and either they use the oil, they throw the oil,
I don't understand when you say do a condition, like because you stated up front that you're going to do that.
Yeah.
So you-
I'll give you an example of what it means to make a condition. According to halakha, when I now wash my hands to eat a meal, I'm obligated in eating where I wash my hands, and I have to say the benching where I wash my hands. But let's say I know that I'm invited to a dinner by friends, and I'm going to eat there too. Before I wash my hands, I can make a condition. I'm now going to wash my hands here, I'm going to eat here, but then I'm going to my friend and I'm going to say the blessing, the benching there. If I did this condition before, I'm allowed to bench over there. But if I didn't, I have to say the benching where I ate.
So you have to like declare it or state it is the condition.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in many situations we see that in order to do something you have to make a condition.
Okay.
And if you make a condition, then it allows you to do something else. And there's many times in halakha that we find that one has to make a condition. Once you made the condition, then you're good to go. Now in this case, why is it you have to be careful? Because let's say your husband didn't do a condition, he forgot. It has to do your husband, not you. He's doing the mitzvah. What happens if he came home, rush, kids, balagan, and he didn't do it? And then he lied, now what? So you need to know what to do if you didn't do a condition.
And you have to
Now the point is that I know that, I'm telling that from experience. I come home all excited, it's a very exciting holiday, then I have 6 kids jumping on me. Did you get donuts? Did you get the jelly? Did you get the chocolate? Yeah, don't worry, I got donuts, don't worry. And my wife, listen, we got a light. And there's a whole balagan. And I have to put everything together. And where's everything? And you're sitting and quiet. And the 2-year-old is opening the box. I want that one. Oh, I want that one. No. And I have to tell you how it is in a home. And a whole mess. So it slipped my mind to be like, oh, okay, I'm going to make a condition now that... So sometimes you forget about the condition.
You have to state it out loud, or it's
No, you have to make a condition in your mind that the husband, before he lights candles, he has to have in his mind, okay, whatever's left. But sometimes it doesn't happen. And I'm saying that from my own experience, that you don't always focus. When you're 70 years old and you don't have 3 years old running around you and getting you out of your focus, then you can do the mitzvah, what's called Yeshuv Hadat. We don't. Baruch Hashem, we have kids, we have a mess, we have donuts, we have the latkes on the fire, there's guests, there's the uncle that you can't stand, that your wife invited, all these things that's going on here. You don't always remember to do the condition. If you didn't remember, just know that you can't use the oil for the next day. You can't use it, you can't roll it over to a different event. You have to burn it all, you have to treat it like it was designated for a mitzvah. Therefore you cannot throw it, you cannot have benefit from it, you cannot sell it, you cannot recycle it. So each one does it their way. Some people, they pack it, they put it aside, exactly like you said, you burn it with your chametz. There's a spiritual reason why to burn things with the chametz. I mean, I keep my lulav, I keep everything, I don't throw it. Of course the lulav you can't throw. So, same thing, so some people burn it with the chametz. Some people take a tin, throw it inside, burn everything. Some people, they just burn everything, you take the wick. I mean, it's too much work to start doing that. To start doing wick by wick and burn it. And so that's what... So don't do that. Don't, you have to leyached the shemen in the cup, not in the bakbuk. And that you can use for other things. That's why you can't come and say, this bottle is only for my Chanukiah. Don't do that. Because then you're doing a condition that this oil is designated just for that. Le'efech, you pour the oil in the cup, assuming you're doing it that way, you put the oil away and you're saying, that is the oil for the mitzvah. So that later on I can use this for cooking. But if you come and say, this is only for my Chanukiah, you're going to have a problem that this oil is designated for the mitzvah. You can keep it for next year, but you can use it later on for cooking. So that's in anything, not only in Hanukkah, also for Shabbat.
מה אם אני לבד בבית ואין לי פרסום הדמיסה, אין לי אפשרות. השאלה אם לא יותר טוב להדליק עם הבן שלי בבית שלו?
Okay, that's what you have to do. You understand the question? She's asking if she's single and there's nobody in the home, first of all, no man to light it, and also there's not the concept of advertising the miracle. Is it better to light it by my son's home? So the answer is clear and obvious, yes. You go to somebody else and you light it with your son, so he can light the menorah for you, and there's also advertising the miracle. And you know, it's a holiday that you want to join other people. Even though the mitzvah is to do it in your own home, but in some situations then you go to...
But if you know nobody...
Yeah, אבל בלי ברכה. Yeah. בלי ברכה. If there's only one person, there's no פרסום הניסה, שתיים is not one.
If there's only one man also?
Yeah, if a man is by himself, he doesn't say. So you light it without a bracha. Or you go to somebody, you get invited.
Or you invite someone.
Yeah, but you can't light it with a bracha.
According to all opinions, or maybe there's...
Yeah, there's no pirsum anisa.
But I know that it says that you can light until there's nobody else. And I mean, as long as there's still somebody walking outside, there's still people circulating the streets, you can still light.
With a bracha? Or without? Let me read. We're going to talk in the next class about where we're putting it. There's a machloket in that. We're going to talk about that. But I want. No, that's when you start lighting it. You can answer if you want. Hold on for. No, that's the time when you can light the menorah. From Shkia till Ad Shetichli Regel Min Hashuk, that's the time frame when you're allowed to, when you need to light it.
2 a.m. and the members of your household are.
Then this is, I'm going to look for it to you that I can read it to you, but that's exactly the thing that you can't. Hold on for just 1 second.
So better invite somebody to your house if you do hear your bracha.
But nobody wants to come because everybody wants to light their...
So maybe you should light later and still be able to do it in your house.
Okay, you can listen to this, okay? Okay, I'll go one halacha back. יש קהילות הנוהגות להדליק נרות חנוכה אחרי השקיעה. Some communities they light after שקיעה. יש הנוהגות להדליקם אחרי צאת הכוכבים. Some communities they do it after צאת הכוכבים. Okay, these are two opinions. This is one thing. Now, בדיעבד, אם לא הדליק בזמן הדלקה, יכול להדליק בברכה כל זמן שבני ביתו ערים. בדיעבד, after the fact, if he didn't light on time, not deliberately. Deliberately, you're not allowed to do that. This is what's called מלכתחילה, you're not allowed to do that. בדיעבד, something happened. You did not come home on time, it's already 8 o'clock in the evening. יכול להדליק בברכה. He will light with a candle. כל זמן שבני ביתו ערים, as long as the people in his house are awake. אבל, לאחר שבני ביתו ישנים, after everybody's asleep, which means so much more so when there's nobody there, and there's no פרסום הניסה, ולכן ידליק בלי ברכה. If there's no פרסום הניסה, he should light without a bracha. And the source from that is from the Magen Avraham, from Shulchan Aruch. So it means if the members of the family are asleep and he can't light with a bracha, so much more so that he can't light if there's no family members there. Because the whole point is the Pirsum Anisa. Now in regards to putting it in the window, who's going to answer amen to your bracha? So you light the candles, some people light it, we're going to talk about it in the next shiur, and some people when they light the candles next to the window for the advertising the miracle, but many of the poskim are against that because they say if you now live on the 3rd floor The thing is that the halacha is, and again, we're going to continue next shiur, the menorah cannot be less than 3 tfachim, which is about this height, 24 centimeters, and it cannot be above 10 tfachim. But the highest that the menorah can go, that it will be already possible, is 20 amot. This is the highest what a menorah can be. Which means that if I live on the 3rd floor and I'm putting the candles on the window, there's no pirsum anisa, because nobody goes like that. Nobody sees it. It has to be in eye level. That's why most of the poskim says you don't light it next to a window, you light it next to the door. Because the door is ground level and people are walking in the ground level. So once people used to do it because there was a lot of problems, they used to do it next to the window. But again, most of the poskim says don't light it next to the window. Now the pirsum anisa, if you lighting it and you're putting it in the window, A, nobody will answer amen to your bracha. B, what if nobody sees it? What if it's 1 o'clock in the morning? I just came home from a job, I missed a flight, whatever. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Everybody's asleep at home or nobody's at home. So I'm trying to outsmart the system and I'm putting it next to the window. Assuming it's old city of Tzfat. Not a cat doesn't even go in the street. So what pirsum anisa is there? So I cannot rely on the fact that maybe somebody will pass and look and be like, oh. Therefore the halacha is pretty clear. If the family members are asleep, you can't say a bracha. We understand from that, there's so much more so if there's nobody else in the home. I once came home very late on Chanukah and I had to wake up my wife. I had to tell her, wake up, I have to light candles. And the halacha is very clear that if there's nobody there, I light the candles without a bracha. So you do your kavanot, you read, you do the mitzvah, but you can't say a bracha.
But the bracha is all about the bracha.
But if you can't say the bracha, then you don't say the bracha. Yeah. So that's why you either wake up your family member, or you invite somebody, or you go somebody. You have to work around the situation.
Make a party of it.
You can't invent things. And then let me just read one more thing because it's important. From the moment at the time of candle lighting, whether you go by shkia or tzet kochavim, you can't eat. ולעשות שום דבר, you can't do anything. ואפילו ללמוד תורה, you can't even learn Torah, עד שידליק, till you light the candle. ואם התחיל, צריך להפסיק, and if you started, you have to stop. ויש להחמיר גם בחצי שעה שלפני הדלקה, and even half an hour before the הדלקה, you have to be מחמיר and not do anything. אבל בלימוד תורה, אין להחמיר. When it comes to learning Torah, you should not be so particular, and you can learn half an hour before the time. Which means that from Shkia, you go look at your calendar where you are. In Tzfat it's 4:31, half an hour before Shkia, and again there's Shkia Begova, Shkia B'Mishor. You have to. We go by Mishor. So, excuse me.
The later one.
Well, it depends where you are. In Tzfat, because of the mountains, we go the early one. That's why people here in Tzfat, they accept.
Bruchim Abayim, everybody. Welcome. Welcome. We're going to light our second candle tonight. הנני מכוון בנדני חנוכה לקיים מצוות בורי כאן שציווני חכמינו זכרונם לברוך לתקן את שורשה במקום עליון וכן יהי רצון מלפניך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו שתהי התשובה מקובלת ומאושרת רוצה לבנך מצוות לקטני חנוכה, כי לא כוונתי כל הכוונות שקיווינו הכהנים משרתי השם בית אשר מוות נפשם בשביל כבוד שמך גדול גבענו ירום. יתה ברחמך רבים אמרת נצחך עליהם לנצח את אויביהם לנצח על מלאכת בית אבנוי והנני יוסי על דעתם ועל כוונתם ועל דעת כל הצדיקים והחסידים שהיו באותה דור ששופטו להם ניסחו וזכו בלא בחיים ועל דעת כל הצדיקים והחסידים בדורתנו ופי כפיהם ועשייתי כעשייתם ובזכות המצווה זו תזכנו לנצח את אויבינו ולנצח המלאכת בית אדוני וגלה כבוד מלכותך עלינו מהרה ולא ימוש התור מפינו מפי זרענו מפי זרענו מעתה ועד עולם ונזכה לבנים תלמידי חכמים אמן כן יהי רצוי. קדשנו במצוותיך ותן חכנו את עוזך סבנו בישועתך ושמח נפשנו בישועתך ותעל ליבנו להיות בך באמת. מלך העולם כולו בכבודך וינשא הכל הארץ בקרך ואויבה בדור גונזך על כל יושבי תבל ארצך וידע כל יצאו כי אתה יצאת כל פעל כי אתה פעלת ויהובי כל יצאו כי אתה יצאת ויהובין כל אשר נשמה באפויים אדוני אלוהי ישראל מלך מלכותו מקום השלום אין נצח צלבו ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר קידשנו במצוות זו וציוונו להדליק נר של חנוכה ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שעשה ניסים לבויסנו בימים ההם בזמן הזה שעזיזה בימים ההם, בימים ההם, בימים ההם, בזמן הזה. אוי, היום על ידי כהניך הקדושים וכל מצוות 18 ימי חנוכה נרות הללו קודשם, ואין לנו רשות להשתמש בהם אלא לראותם בלבד, כדי להודות להלל לשמך הגדול על ניסיך ועל נפלאותיך ועל ישועתך. מעוזו ישועתי לך נאה לשבח, תקום בתפילתי ושמתת נשבח, לתכן מטבע מצם נפח, אז אגמור בשיר מזמור חנוכת המזבח, אז אגמור בשיר מזמור חנוכת המזבח. רעוז הבנה נפשי ויגן קרחי קהילה, חיי מררו בקושי בשיפוד מלכות דגלה, ובידו הגדולה הוציא את הסגולה, פרה וזרוע ידו בגבן במצולה, פרה וזרוע ידו כאבן במצולה, דביר קודשו הביא אני וגם שם לא שקטתי, ובנוגד והבלני כגרעין נזנתי, ואין רעב מוספתי כמעט שעברתי, כית בבל זרובבל וכית 70 נושעתי, כית בבל זרובבל וכית 70 נושעתי, כרוץ חומת בראש צ'יקי הגגי בן עמדוסו, וניחו לו לפחול מויקי וגבסו נשבעת, ראש ימיני ניסית ויואי במוי מוביזה, רוב בניו וקניינם על העץ הוליסה, רוב בניו וקניינם על העץ הוליסה. היוונים נקבצו עליי אזי בימי השמנים, ובודו דרומות נגדלי ותימוק כל הזמנים. היוונים נקבצו עליי אזי בימי השמנים, ובודו דרומות נגדלי בקהל ותימוק כל הזמנים. קנקנים ומינות הקנקנים, קנקנים. רגע כשאני אומר קנקנים כולם לצעוק קנקנים, כשאני אומר שושנים כולם לצעוק שושנים. 1, 2, 3, 4. ומינות הקנקנים נזנש לשושנים, בנבינה ימי שמונה כבו שיר עננים. אוי 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 ומינות הקנקנים נזנש לשושנים, בנבינה ימי שמונה כבו שיר עננים. עוד פעם היוונים נקבצו עליי אזי בימי השמנים, ובודו דרומות נגדלי ותימוק כל הזמנים. היוונים נקבצו עליי אזי בימי השמנים. נו שיר. ובודו דרומות נגדלי ותימוק. Just give us קנקנים. אוי 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 אוי. ומינות הקנקנים נזנש לשושנים, בנבינה ימי שמונה כבו שיר עננים. עכשיו רק הבן שלי. ומינות הקנקנים ומינות הקנקנים נזנש לשושנים, בנבינה ימי שמונה כבו שיר עננים. Hey, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Hey, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Hey, Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Hey, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael Chai, Am Yisrael Chai. Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael, Am Yisrael Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. Oh, Davinu Chai. תודה רבה. חג חנוכה שמח.
Mayan Yisrael of Brooklyn and the Yeshiva.net.
Good evening, everybody. Bruchim Habayim. So the way it is in Torah is that in a small detail, in a tiny prat, you have embodied the whole klal. In other words, the greatest principles and ideas you don't only see when a great principle is articulated, but sometimes even in a nuance, in a prat, in a specific, particular, nuanced halacha, you can glean insight into the general theme of the concept. So I'm going to begin tonight with what would seem a particular specific halacha of Hanukkah, and yet upon deeper reflection, it embodies, it captures part of the very essence of the Yom Tov that we're about to celebrate. So the sugya of Hanukkah is in the second perek of Masechta Shabbos, perek Bamem Madlikin, on Daf Chaf Aleph. The Gemara there brings three shittas about the oil and wicks that may be or not be used for Hanukkah. There's the opinion of Reb Huna, Reb Chizda, and Reb Zayda in the name of Rav. The beginning of Bamem Madlikin, the Mishnah and the Gemara discuss at length which oils and which wicks may be used for lighting Shabbos candles or may not be used for Shabbos candles. The general principle is that if it's not going to create a steady, consistent, reliable, sturdy flame, it should not be used for Shabbos because of the famous Gezeira of Shemayata. The person might want to read or learn or study by the light of the candle. It's before Edison's days, and if it's not a good, sturdy flame, he may come to move around near the lamp, the flame, which can cause either mavir or machaba, either increase the flame or extinguish the flame, which are all isurim min ha-Torah from the Avos Malachas. The question is, what about Chanukah? What about Chanukah? So Reb Huna says that all the wicks and oils that you're not allowed to use for Shabbos, you're not allowed to use for Chanukah either. Not Chanukah in the middle of the weekdays, and not Chanukah when it falls out on Shabbos. The reason for that is because according to Reb Huna, you're allowed to use Chanukah candles to read or to use for another reason. Mutter l'ishtamash la'ira. According to Reb Huna, you're allowed to use Chanukah candles for your own benefit. Number one. Number two, kafsa zakukla, which means, according to Reb Huna, when you light Chanukah candles and the candle is extinguished, within the time that it has to burn. It's, for example, a half an hour, or for approximately a half an hour after nightfall. So kafsa, if the flame is extinguished within that time, zakukla, you're obligated to rekindle it. So Reb Huna is worried that if you're not going to be using a good wick or good quality oil, what's going to happen? It might be extinguished after 10 or 15 minutes, or after 3 minutes, or after 60 seconds. You already started to drink your tea in honor of Hanukkah. Afterwards, you say, I'm hungry, so let me go eat something. And you forget, or you're negligent, and you don't rekindle the menorah, and you weren't yotze the mitzvah. If it's Shabbos, there's a chashash also shemayata. Shemayata means you want to read it, and it's not a sturdy flame, you may play with it. So that's why Reb Huna says the same caution that we say about Shabbos exists by Hanukkah. Then there's a second opinion of Reb Chizda. Reb Chizda's opinion is what? That Shabbos you do have to be cautious, but not in the middle of the week. Why? So the Gemara explains, because according to Reb Chizda, he holds kafsa ein zakukla, which means once it's lit, you don't have to rekindle it. In the expression in Shulchan Aruch in Hilchas Chanukah, hadlaka oisa mitzvah, you put it on, you kindled it, you did a mitzvah. So therefore, middle of the week, I don't care what type of wick or oil you used. Even if it's not good, then it's going to become extinguished. Okay, ein zakukla, but you're allowed to use the flame, so therefore there's still the problem of shemayata. In the middle of the week, I don't care, so ein shemayata. You're allowed to move your candle in the middle of the week. On Shabbos, I have a problem. That's Reb Chizda's opinion. Then the Gemara cites the third opinion, on Daf Chafalaf Amid Beis, the opinion of Reb Zeir in the name of Rav, that for Chanukah, not in the weekdays and not on Shabbos, do you have to worry about oil or wicks. Any oil or any wick that burns, despite the fact that on Shabbos, on Friday, we don't want you to use it, on Chanukah, it's not a problem. Madlikin behen b'Chanukah, psilus or shmane madlikin behen b'Chanukah, bein b'choil, bein b'Shabbos, Chanukah in the weekdays, Chanukah Friday afternoon. Why? Number one, asur l'ishtamish la'oira. You're not allowed to use the Chanukah candles for reading or for any other personal benefit, as we say in Haneris Halalu. Haneris Halalu. Asur l'ishtamish ben ela l'roisem belvad. So therefore there's no issue of shemayata on Shabbos. You're not going to move around the flame because you want to increase it, you want to enhance it, because there's no benefit of it. You can't read anyhow. As far as the issue of kafsa ein zakukla. If it gets extinguished, you're not mechuyev to rekindle it. So therefore, even if you're negligent or you forget, it's fine. So that's why Reb Zeir said in the name of Rav, whether it's Yom Tif, whether it's weekdays or Shabbos, it's not an issue. You're yotze, it's fine to use the Ner Chanukah. The Chazal allowed you any wick and any oil. Then the Gemara continues that the rabbi said over this din to Abaye in the name of Rav, in the name of Rabbi Yirmiyah, this explanation, and Abaye did not accept it. Loi kibla, Abaye did not accept it. In the words of the Gemara, Amru Rabbanan Kamed Abaye Mishmeid Rabbi Yirmiyah v'loi kibla. They told this over to Abaye in the name of Rabbi Yirmiyah. What did they tell over? The explanation behind the halacha of Rav. That what's the explanation behind the halacha of Rav? The explanation is kafsa, ein zakukla, v'asur l'ishtamash lo'ira. He would not accept it. When Rabin came, they said it over in front of Abaye Mishmeid Rabbi Yochanan, in the name of Rabbi Yochanan. When they said it over in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, v'kibla, Abaye accepted it. And then Abaye said something quite interesting. If I would have had a schus, if I would have been worthy, I would have accepted, I would have acquired this teaching of Rav earlier. Because initially when they explained to him this opinion of Rav, he did not accept it. Loi kibla, when they said in the name of Rabbi Yirmiyah. Only in the name of Rabbi Yochanan did he accept it. So he said later, if I would have been zoich, I would have accepted it earlier when I heard this. Frag the Gemara v'hagamra, what's the difference? He accepted it now. He learned it now. And for the Gemara, nafkamina, legirsa, the yankasa. The difference is in regard to the girsa, to the learning of one's youth. As Rashi puts it, Girsa de Yankasa, Miskayim Yoisim Mishal Zikna. The learning of one's Yankasa, Yenuka, of one's youth, endures far more, far deeper than what one learns at an elderly age. The brain is it's not that fertile, as some of us know. You can't compare it to the younger young to the young years. So therefore, Abaye regretted deeply the fact that he did not embrace this halacha when he was much younger, because even though he embraced it and he learned it, it could no more be girsa the yankasa, the study of one's youth. Stam derech agav, you see an interesting thing here. If you ask a regular person, what's already contained in this halacha that you have to be a young child to remember it? Even if somebody is 75 years old and they're sitting at this shir and the first time they heard kafsa ein zakukla. Okay, kafsa ein zakukla. Mutalish asalish tamish la'ira. It's a language, they say languages. A child could learn 11 languages. A child could learn the whole Tanakh far greater, far faster than we ever imagined. We confer some of our dumbness on our children. We think children are very, very absorbent. They're incredible brains that can absorb. But what's in this? It's a halacha. So Abaye is regretting, I didn't accept, what is it, one line? It's a whole masechta, a whole seder. Abaye is saying this line, kavsa ein zakuk la'asel l'shtamish la'oira. If I would have been young, it would have been very different. It's a little difficult to understand, and Abaye had a good brain. So, this is a halach, and that's the halach in Shulchan Aruch. The halach in Shulchan Aruch is like the third opinion, not like Reb Huna, not like Reb Chizda, but like Reb Zera Amar Rav, as Tosfos points out on the spot here in Daf Chaf Aleph. Abaye also accepted it ultimately, that the wicks and the shmanim, the wicks and the oils that we use for Shabbos, we do not have to be cautious when it comes to Chanukah. Psilas or shmanim shamru chachamim madlikin ben b'Shabbos, madlikin ben b'Chanukah, bein b'Choil, bein b'Shabbos. So the Bnei Yissaschar asks a question. His question is, Hagufa Kasha. What's Taka de Kavana? They instituted Neiris Chanukah for Pirsumei Nisa, to publicize the grand miracle that happened on Chanukah. Bayamim meheim bisman hazeh, b'mei matasyo ben Yochanan kain gadol chashmanayu vonov, as we say in Ala Nisim. Why wouldn't the Chachamim institute that kafsa zakukla? If I light the candles and a few moments later it was extinguished, I should be mechuyev meikir hadin to relight it, because it's dark now. There's no candle. What would be the Havana? Taka like Reb Huna says. But Reb Chizda and Reb Zera argue, and the halacha is like the third opinion, and again the second opinion agrees with that as well. His only argument is about Shabbos, because mutar l'shtamish lo'ira, but most opinions is kafsa ein zakukla, and that's halacha l'maisa. True, the Pais can bring that if the flame did not burn for a half an hour after nightfall, if you can, it's better to rekindle it. True. But halacha l'maisa, me'ikar adin kafsa ein zakukla, you don't have to rekindle. So the Bnei Yissaschar asks in his Maimori Chotshei Kislev, Tevis Maimer Gimel Perek, Yud Aleph, Lama hekelu kol kach b'neir mitzvah halazeh, ulu pirsumei nisa, yoiser hoyame haroyu l'sakein, she'iyah zakuk lachzer l'hadlika. Just for the din of Pirsumei Nisa, to publicize the miracle through the flame which has been extinguished. It has been kafsa. The Bnei Yissaschar gives two answers, two explanations. We're going to explore his two explanations and then take it one step further to discuss a third dimension. But first, what happened with Abaye? They said it over in the name of Rabbi Yirmiyah, he didn't accept it. They said it over in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, he accepted it. B'manavshach. If the logic is a logic, if the seichel is a seichel, accept it. Elamai, it didn't make sense to him. So just because they said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, he accepted it. We know by the Chazal, which is the general derech of Torah, if your mind says that this is unacceptable, that's how you paskin. That's the halacha you accept. A person must employ their mind according to Torah. It doesn't say that the logic was given over differently. It was just the name Rabbi Yirmiyah or Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yirmiyah not, Rabbi Yochanan yes. The first reason the Bnei Yissaschar gives for Kafsei and Zakukla is based on the premise. The Gemara says in Masechta Shabbos the same sugya. Haragil b'neir havile bonim talmidei chachamim neir mitzvah v'Torah oir, that the neir of Chanukah reflects the oir haTorah, the light of Torah. Zok the Bnei Yissaschar with this halacha of Kafsa ein Zakukla, Chazal tried to bring out the uniqueness of the study of Torah versus the study of any other wisdom or discipline in the world. He puts it beautifully. He says, Kol hachachmas sheba'olam, all the disciplines in the world, all the wisdoms of the world, k'sha'adam oisik behen, v'lo yechavin ha'inyan ha'amiti b'iyunai, yiskalkel ha'inyan ha'nirtza, v'yegias iyunai l'reik, v'adira b'kilkel ha'inyan v'hazman, ma'shenkin b'chachmas ha'torah, ba'avasa tishge tamid, afilu lo'kivinas ha'alacha kutshabrichu chade b'pulpula. All the wisdoms of the world, if you're studying something, you're reading something, and you don't get it, you misinterpret it, you misunderstood it, you explain it wrongly, it was purposeless. And at the end, you'll look at your time and you'll say, as he puts it, this was a waste of time, it was a waste of energy, a waste of resources. I stood in the laboratory for years, for months, I tried to figure it out, I thought I was on the right derech, I realized it was completely erroneous. You say, okay, maybe it's a good exercise in humility, halavai, but as far as the limud hachachma, it was worthless. In other words, I try to kindle a flame, and then the flame is extinguished, it doesn't endure, so then you say it was pointless. With Chachmas HaTorah, he says, Ba'avasa tishge tamid, as the Yerushalmi says at the end of Brachas, afilu pitetaye da'iraisa, patetaye da'iraisa tavin, chatting of Torah, even if the person is learning, and they may be making mistakes, and ultimately they're not mechavan lahalacha, and it's a pilpul here, and they remain with a question, or they come up with an answer which is then refuted. In other words, the flame is extinguished. Ein zakukla. That in itself is so powerful that even if you don't rekindle it, just the flame itself, for whatever it lasts, is a purpose in and of itself. It has tremendous, tremendous significance, holiness, power. And he says quite an interesting chiddush, that after the rule of Malchus Yavan over the Jewish people, Nisrabu hamachloikis upluktis b'halachas. In Bayis Rishon, we don't have arguments. Even in the beginning of Bayis Sheni, we have almost no arguments. When begin the eras of abundant debates and disputations and machloikisen among the Tanoim, among the Zugais, and later the Tanoim, and then the Amirayim, it's in Bayis Sheni, after the Tkufa of Chanukah. Achinis Chabru Sidri HaMishnayis bepluktus, HaTalmud bepluktus, the whole Mishnayis and Talmud is composed from argument. Argument is not only a part of it, it's indispensable of it. That's the whole halach. It's composed of machlokes. It's made up of machlokes. Ume'eis Hashem hoisazois, lahoidois, ma ben chachmas ha-Torah, lechachmas ha-chitzonius, u'filosophia ha-Yavonis. He says this was from God to demonstrate the difference between Greek philosophy and all other wisdoms in contrast to the wisdom of Torah. Shah-Torah, kol ha-hoigeba, va'oisig ba-afilu lo'kiven as-ha'alacha, ye'ratza lifnei Hashem, ma'shenkin b'shar ha-chachmas. In Torah, the very enmeshment in it, the very engagement in it, the very involvement in it, even though there's a debate. So only one person is going to be mechavan lahalacha. But as the Gemara says, Eilu veilu divrei Elokim chayim, there's still dveikus in Hashem. It's invaluable. It's extremely significant. Even though it's extinguished, ein zakakla. The lighting of the candle, the lighting of the Ur HaTorah in one's life, even if it will prove not to endure because somebody else came and refuted, or you yourself came and refuted the idea, it's still a geder of limud HaTorah. As it says in Svarim, some places the Gemara says, for example, Hadir Reb Ashi B'dusahi, The Gemara will quote Rabashi and says what Rabashi said is B'dusa. B'dusa literally means, it's like, so to speak, literally like a sheker. It's not true. So if somebody just learned that piece of Rabashi, that the Gemara itself said B'dusa, do they have to make a Birchas HaTorah or not? If you're just learning that piece of Gemara today, that's it. Do you have to say before a bracha, in which you say, Asher b'charbona mikol ha'amim, v'nasan lanu es Torah soy, his Torah, Baruch Ad Hashem Ne'ezan, which is Torah's emes. And the Gemara itself is going to say, Hadir Rabashi, B'dusahi, that it's not emes. So it's Pashat L'maisa, that you have to make a Birchas HaTorah. Because it may not be emes legabe, a deeper truth. But nonetheless, every experience in Limud HaTorah is truth in its own way. That's the first explanation of the Bnei Yissaschar. What's the remez of Kaf Sein Zakukla? Then he adds a more homiletical remez. Bnei Yissaschar says this. The Gemara says a story, Masechti Yevamos, Tav Tzadik Vav, that Rabbi Yochanan, who was the first generation of Amoraim of Eretz Yisrael, the composer, the editor of Talmud Yerushalmi, Rabbi Yochanan was upset at Rebbe Lazar that he did not give over a shmua, which he heard, a halacha that he heard mipiv in the name of Rabbi Yochanan. Why was he upset? Rabbi Yochanan told him that David HaMelech says in Perek Samachalef of Tilim, Agura ba'aholcha oilamim, I shall dwell in your tent, oilamim, plurally, in two worlds. So he said that when a Talmud Chacham passes away, im oimrim shmua mipiv svasav doivevois bekever. If his students or students of future generations say over halacha in his name, from his mouth, mipiv, so svasav doivevois bekever. His lips are moving in the kever, so Rabbi Yochanan is upset that Rabbi Lazar is not saying this shmua in his name. So the Bnei Yissaschar asks a question. Why was it Rabbi Yochanan who was upset about this? And what's negeya so much to the Talmud Chacham that should have this experience of svas of daivavos bakever? So he answers that it's based on a Rabbi Yochanan somewhere else. The Gemara discusses in Shabbos, Daf Nun Ches and Daf Nun Tes, a situation of a bell mit a klapper, a zug and an inval as it's called. Usually the halacha is that for something to be mekabel tumah, to become ritually impure through a tumah, if it touches a mace, if it touches a sheret, etc., it has to be a keli, a utensil. What's the definition of a utensil? It's used, it's purposeful. It can be a jacket, it can be a shirt, it can be a hammer, it can be a bowl. A keli, something that, it's a utensil. A keli in halacha means something that has a benefit, it's used for something. So the Gemara says, what about a bell? A bell that's used to generate a sound. Yeah, that's also called a beneficial keli. And he learns it out from the pasuk. Pasuk is kol davar. His lashon is kol davar asher yavoi be'esh. Anything that's used in fire, so you have to cleanse it in fire. Kol davar could be read kol dibur, that even something that its whole somethingness is only a dibur, it only generates a sound, like a bell. You don't use a bell for any purpose, but for a dibur, to generate a voice, to generate a sound, a klapper. So that too is susceptible to Kabbalah's tumah. So the Gemara asks the question, what happens if the klapper is taken out of the bell? So you only have the bell itself, the dome, you don't have the inval inside of it. It's still mekabel tumah. Why? Lamai chazi. It broke. A keli that's broken, that's not usable anymore. For example, if you have a keli in which you have liquid and there's a big hole, you can't use it anymore. It's not mekabel tumah anymore because it loses the status of a beneficial utensil. Yeah, you don't have it, the inval, you don't have it, the klapper. What are you going to do with it? Lamai chazi. So it's a whole shakla v'tari in the Gemara. And later, Daf Nun Tes, the Gemara concludes ultimately in the name of Rabbi Yochanan. First he says it in somebody else's name, and then Epoch. At the end it's in the name of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that it's still good for something. What is it good? Royu lahakishoy al gabe klei cheres. You could take the bell itself, go to an earthenware vessel, and clap it on the earthenware vessel. Itaka doesn't have an internal. mechanism to generate sound, to generate a sound, but you can clap it, you can bang it on a klei cheres. So Rashi says, "Umashmiya kol kibatchila v'loy batalei mimelachta harishayna." Its original purpose is not completely obliterated, because even though on its own it can do it, but with the assistance of another keli, of a klei cheres, it can generate that sound. So therefore it still retains the same status, legabe tumah and tara, and therefore it's mekabel tumah. That's what Rabbi Yochanan says. What do we see from this, says the Bnei Yissaschar? That even a utensil, which you cannot use anymore for the original malacha that you always used it for, but if by combining it with another keli, you could still do what you did with the original malacha, it's still called a keli. Says the Bnei Yissaschar in his classic style, a Talmid Chacham who learned Torah throughout his life, or any Jew who learned Torah throughout his life in this world, it's always a combination of two dimensions. There's the neshama, there's the soul, and then there's the body. And the definition of avodah in this world, hayoim la'asoisam u'lemachar lekabel scharam, is always the synthesis between a neshama and a guf. When the neshama leaves this body and goes to Gan Eden, even though the neshama continues to learn Torah and perhaps learn even more Torah, nonetheless you can't call it hayoim la'asoisam, because asiyah is not called asiyah only through the keli of the neshama, which is the guf. So therefore the greatness of learning Torah, the schar of learning Torah, the benefits of learning Torah, that's primarily in this world, where you have the neshama in a guf. In Gan Eden it's already a whole different cheshbon, it's considered schar, it's nenem iziv hashchina. The real avodah of Torah and mitzvahs is in this world, the neshama in the guf. That's why the pasuk defines that in this world the Jew is called a mahalech, and in the next world it's called an oimed. Mahalech means real movement, real growth is possible only in this world when we're in the body, despite the challenges or because of the challenges of this shidduch between the neshama and body, which we discussed in previous shiurim at length. Where in Olam Haba, it's just the pure neshama itself, it's considered an oimed. B'med varim amurim, he says, when you're learning Torah on your own in Olam Haba, b'shas there are Talmidim students who are living in this world, neshama beguf, and they're saying over Torah in the name of the Rebbe. So he says, so what happens is, svasav, sifsoisav, doivavois bakever. His lips are moving in the kever. So he says what happens is, nimtzuhu loimed b'kli haguf ba'olam haza kamay b'chayav. So he's learning with the keli, with the vessel of his guf in this world, like in this day. Hagam shoayidei davar acher, mikri oisem ein melachta rishayna. Even though it's through a different mechanism, it's not like when he was alive, he himself was generating this sifsois of davar voice. Now it's not he himself, because he is in Olam Haba, but his Talmidim, as a result of his Talmidim, sifsois of davar voice b'kever. So this is similar to the bell and the klapper, even though the bell itself doesn't have the mechanism to generate its own sound. You're using another keli. Nonetheless, it's still called a functioning keli as before, and it's makabel tumah. That's what Rabbi Yochanan says. So therefore Rabbi Yochanan told Rabbi Elazar, you have to say a shmua mipiv, because as a result of this, it's considered that the tzaddik is using his keli, he's learning a neshama with his guf. He himself can do it. It's through the other keli, it's through the body of his talmidim. That's still called me'ein melachta rishoyna. He's still doing me'ein melachta rishoyna through another keli. So therefore, it's the same status. So it has the whole mile of limud atayr and neshama beguf, like in this world with all the benefits and all the rewards. And therefore, even after his passing, he's called a mahalech, which is what the Navi says in Zechariah, "V'nasati lecha mahalchim bein ha'oimdim ha'ela," grad in the haftarah of Chanukah, "V'nasati lecha mahalchim bein ha'oimdim ha'ela." This is the psak of Rabbi Yochanan in the Masechta Shabbos, that even though the klapper was taken away, since you can clap it on a klei cheres, oise me'ein melachta dedavar acher mikra keli. So that's why Reb David HaMelech said, "Agura ba'ol cha'olamim," and Rabbi Yochanan was makbid when Rabbi Elazar did not say a shmua. Says the Bnei Yissaschar, that's kafsa. When the flame is extinguished, meaning when the fire of life is extinguished and the soul passes on, and the life of the body is extinguished, that's called kafsa. And the soul goes back to its own part. So he says, Neir Chanukah, which is Roimaz on Milas HaTorah, so kafsa ein zakukla. Don't think once it got extinguished. There's no limud, there's no mile of limud HaTorah anymore, even though the flame of this person was extinguished. But the fact that his Talmidim continued to learn Torah and Sifsais of Doivavais, just like he was alive, so just like when it was burning, obviously it has the whole mile of his limud HaTorah even after his passing. Ein zakukla. Don't think the Ner Chanukah is over, there's no Torah by this person. It still continues. At Kan, the two explanations of the Bnei Yissaschar, what's the remez in Chanukah kafsa ein zakukla. So I once saw a word, very geschmack. Abaya, when he heard kafsa ein zakukla, he heard the shit of Rav, that you could use any wick and oil for Chanukah, even if you can't use it for Shabbos. Why? Because even if the flame is extinguished, you don't have to rekindle. When Abaye heard it in the name of Rabbi Yirmiyah, such a chnish gelegt, he couldn't deal with it. Why? It's Pirsumei Nisa. Why would they make such a din of Ein Zakukla? What would be the svara? You want a candle to burn, let it burn. If it's not burning, tell him to rekindle it. What's the svara? When he heard it in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan who says in Masechta Yevamis, to Rebbe Lezer Sifsais of Daivavas Bekever, so he understood the oimek of the halacha of Kafsa Ein Zakukla. So that's when Abaye was mekabelit. He understood what's behind it, that this is a general idea concerning the Oir HaTorah, how the Chazal viewed the light of Torah. In order to understand this even deeper, clearer, and take it to the next level, so let's be makdim. The nusach of Chazal, as you know, was extremely precise and meticulous. The nusach they made for Chanukah is the tefillah of Al Hanisim. As the Gemara says in Shabbos, also Daf Chaf Aleph, that Lashon Acheres Kavim Asam Yom Tovim B'Halal U'B'Hidah. So Halal is what? Halal from Tehillim, and Hidah, as Rashi says, is the nusach of Al Hanisim, which we say in davening and in benching in Birchas HaMazon during Chanukah. In Al Hanisim, so it begins b'mei Yochanan Kohen Gadol, b'mei Matisyahu ben Yochanan Kohen Gadol, Chashmonai Yavanav, Kshamda Malchus Yavon HaRishal Amcha Yisrael, and then we describe what the objective of Malchus Yavon HaRishal was, of the evil Greek Empire. Kshamda Malchus Yavon HaRishal Amcha Yisrael, lahashkicham Torasecha, ulahaviram mechukei ritzonecha. To make them, the Jewish people, forget your Torah, and to take them away, lahaviram, to remove them, mechukei ritzonecha, from the chukim, from the decrees of your will. And then he continues, this was their objective. Va'ata, b'rachamecha rab, mamadat alehem beis tzarasam, etc. Why did the Chazal choose these words? Lahashkicham Torasecha, or lahaviram mechukei ritzonecha. They could have said it clearly and much more bekitzer. Lashkicham haTorah, ulahaviram hamitzvos. Why the diuk lahashkicham Torasecha instead of haTorah, and not mitzvahs, but rather chukei ritzonecha? So Chassidus explains, and this is a great, an important, central theme in Chassidus about Chanukah, that there is a diuk here. Not la'ashkicham as haTorah, and not la'aviram of the mitzvahs, but la'ashkicham Torasecha, u'la'aviram mechukei ritzonecha. What perturbed them was not Torah, but Torasecha. And what perturbed them was not mitzvahs, but rather chukei ritzonecha. What's the issue here? What's the diuk here? The Greeks and the Greek Empire embraced philosophy, logic, aesthetics. They were obsessed with human development, human perfection. They were obsessed with the arts. They were into history and philosophy and biology. This was not a nation of ignorant barbarians. On the contrary, the reason that there was such an appeal by the Jewish people for the Yevonim and for what the Yevonim represented was Yaft Elikim Liyefes V'Yishkoin Ba'ahal Shem As the Gemara says, Yafta lekim leyefes is malchus yavan, because of their sensitivities to aesthetics, to beauty, to shleimus ha'adam. Greek philosophy introduced tremendous enlightenment into civilization. Their new emphasis on tragedies, plays, writings, history, logic, etc., all the Chachmas Yavan, all of its branches, sports, Olympics, athleticism, were very grand, were very enticing, were very interesting, were very engaging. Therefore, they can appreciate culture, they can appreciate a philosophy, they can appreciate a wisdom. Torah as a chachma, Torah as a philosophy, Torah as another culture that has its depth, its rules of logic, its perspectives, this did not perturb them. This did not bother them so much. The same is true with mitzvahs. Mitzvahs has different parts. We know there are mishpatim, there are edis, there are chukim. Mishpatim are logical mitzvahs on which every wholesome civilization is based. What Hillel says, Ma'adalach sani lechavrach lo yisavit, what you dislike to be done to you, don't do to anybody else, is a basic tenet of a moral civilization. Even I think even most atheists would agree that if you want some definition of morality on some level, that makes a lot of sense. What you dislike to be done to you, don't do to anybody else. It's a mitzvah. But this is a mitzvah that completely suits logic. I mean, obviously, you can argue everything. The mind is capable of arguing and refuting everything. And you can ask, how long will it endure? But nonetheless, this is a mitzvah that makes sense. You even have edus. Edus are testimonials, maybe not logical mitzvahs like loy sirtzach and loy signev and loy sinaf, etc. Midvar sheketirchak. But edus are testimonials. Every nation has its culture and its holidays and its symbolisms and its significance to inculcate various ideas in a person's life. The idea of gratitude, the idea of grace, the idea of unity. There's edus. What perturbed the Yevonim was lahashkicham toirasecha ulahaviram mechukei ritzaynecha. The element in Torah, not the logic of Torah, but it's toirasecha. And the element of mitzvahs, that it's chukei ritzaynecha, the chukim, what we call super rational laws. And yet, if that's the case, it should have said ulahaviram mechukecha. No. He says, he adds the word ritzaynecha. Because even with chukim, you can rationalize it. If I have a teacher, a mentor, who has proven his brilliance over and over again, has given me advice for living, has given me a manual and a blueprint for living that has worked effectively for many years and has been extremely productive and beneficial. And one day, he gives me an instruction and he tells me to do something. And I say, till now, I understood. I understood it in one level or another level. But now, I don't understand it. So he says, do it. Is it logical to do it or is it illogical to do it? Obviously, it's logical to do it. When somebody has a track record, and you know their dazzling brilliance, and you know that everything makes sense, and you know that everything they told you was beneficial and instrumental for your growth and productivity, so the fact that you don't understand the reason should not hinder you from engaging in it. Because you could say, you know what? Maybe I don't understand today, I'll understand tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, in 5 years. Maybe in 20 years. Even theoretically, if I can't understand it, okay, my brain may not fathom it, but his brain fathoms it. So even a chayk, I say, I don't understand it. In my seichel, I don't understand it. But in his seichel, it makes sense. It makes sense. So to grow in life, I have to have the humility that if I'm going to wrap my brain about every single detail, I won't be able to do anything. I mean, our life is based on this. When a physician or your doctor gives you a prescription, right? I think most of us don't go to the pharmacist, and before we take the prescription, we study exactly what this pill is made up of in order to understand how it's going to heal the infection. If you'll ask your doctor, as I once did, he said, go to 12 years medical school like I did, and then you'll understand. So you have to have a certain trust in the doctor, and it's good to remember that Tov Shebereifim, etc. But there's a certain trust because I know the doctor, I know who he is, I know his background, I know he helped me in the past. So I appreciate that even if this is not a rational thing to me, or it may even be completely irrational, nonetheless, Seichel tells me that I can't always wait for my Seichel to fully agree with everything, because I'm not going to get anywhere. A person has a personal trainer, for example. This is Ma'aseh B'Choyim. Sometimes they tell a person to do something again and again and again, and they don't see the benefit. But you trust a man who has 20, 30 years of experience training hundreds or thousands of people, that even if you may not wrap your brain around this move or the significance of this repetition or this exercise, it makes sense to somebody somewhere in someone's logic, even if it's not in my logic. And that the Yevonim can agree with. Even that the Yevonim can agree with. The Choik, as embracing it, even though it's not logical to me, but knowing that there is logic somewhere, it may not be my logic, it may be the logic of the Jewish God who is above them, they can accept. What really bothered them was, Lahaviram mechuke ritzoynecha. Not mechukecha, but chuke ritzoynecha. That the significance of the Choik is that it's ritzoynecha. It's your will. It's your will. It's not about seichel. And let's explain what this means. So the best way to explain it is a mashal. A very geschmacka mashal that Hasidim used to say to bring out this point. It's one of those chelam, meshalim, or stories. Vayhi hayoim, some of the Chachmei Chelem heard frightening news. What's the frightening news? All the Balei Agolus, all the coachmen who have been supporting their families with dignity for generations, taking people, transporting them from one city to another city, from one place to another place, via the horse and the buggy, the coach. Their parnasa is about to be obliterated, lo'ilam v'at. Why? A new monster emerged on the planet. This monster apparently can schlep dozens and dozens of big iron wagons. This guy in the front, this monster in the front, eats lots of coal, spews lots of smoke, drives 3 or 4 or 5 times faster than the fastest horse, can schlep who knows how many people, hundreds of people, simultaneously, and suddenly throughout the street, throughout the cities and forests of Russia and Poland and the other countries in Eastern Europe, they're spreading out iron tracks everywhere, and these monstrous wagons will be on them, and they're calling them trains, headed by a locomotive, is about to be obliterated. For them, this was a big, big psura ra, quite negative news. What will be? So they have a big asifa, and they decide that they have to go check out the matzav. They have to check out the matzav. On the way, the Rosh HaChachamim says, let me tell you the strategy. We know what really happened. There's no way that you're schlepping hundreds of wagons or dozens of wagons, of cars, without a horse. Elamai, the inventor of this train, is a real ganav. He took the horse and he hid it somewhere. He hid it somewhere in the first wagon, in the first wagon. And we will expose the fraud, that this is basically a horse. And so we will restore dignity to our livelihood. It's a horse, it's a ferd that schleps everything and nothing else. So they come to the big city, Moscow, where there's going to be a big show of this train on this special day. They make sure to come early. And the night before, the day when it's going to display its powers, All night they're searching the train for the mysterious horse. They look here and they look there and they look here and they look there. Hayela deinenu, bayira bayimotse, they don't see a horse. In the morning, thousands of people come to watch the Mizmar Shir, the Chanukas Habayis of this train, and indeed, it starts squeaking and whistling, and the smoke goes out, and the coal gets eaten, and to give us a whistle, the Yaakov halach ladarka, it starts going. So they have an asifa again, and the Rosh Chachamim says, Azagan of this inventor, such a fraud. They say, what? What? He said, the guy managed to hide such a tiny little horse. A tiny horse he hid somewhere. And he put it there so that we can't see it, nobody could see it. And that's how he's schlepping it all. But it's a horse. Ad kan the mashal. Bringing out the point, of course, that it's very hard, almost impossible, to change their paradigms. In his mind, there's no way of transporting people or objects without a horse. The new concepts of what the Industrial Revolution accomplished were beyond his wildest imagination. So, he's ready to lower his standards. It's not a large horse, it's a small horse. He didn't find a small horse either. So he says it's a tiny, what we would call today, microscopic horse, but he probably didn't use that term, that's hidden somewhere that's schlepping it. But to say that there's no horse, that can't be. There has to be a horse. They tell a similar maisa, a little sharper of a maisa, that there was once a chassid who was in the home of a maskil. Maskilim were so-called very enlightened Jews, and this maskil was having a party in his house with his friends, and he started to speak about this chassid who was visiting, was a chassid of the Tzemach Tzedek. And he started to speak about the Tzemach Tzedek and other tzaddikim, and he said their only interest is money. They take vitlach, all they want is money. And he went on laughing and making jokes. So they asked this chassid if he has anything to respond. He was staying there. So he tells this guy, yeah, you remind me of my grandmother's behema. My grandmother had a cow, and you mamash remind me of her. He says, why? He says, I'll tell you the maisa. My grandmother had a cow who she was very close with. They were like best friends. They had a special relationship for decades and decades. Well, today in America you have to be scared with words. But they had a close friendship for many, many years. And gewaldige connection. The cow served my grandmother. My grandmother was gracious to the cow. It was a gewaldige working relationship. Every Mitzvah Shabbos, when my Baba would clean up the dishes from Shabbos, so she would clean the cholent pot and the kugel pot. And of course, at night, you give the cow water. Before it goes to sleep, it wants to be watered. So my Baba would take the cholent pot filled with water and give that to the cow Mitzvah Shabbos for a drink. And the cow looked forward all week to that drink Mitzvah Shabbos, because it wasn't just regular water. It had all the grease and all the she'eris hapleta, all the leftover of the kugel and the cholent and the kugel and the chicken and all the kishka and everything. It had all the black pieces in the oil. The water was oily and greasy, and it was so geschmack. All week the behema looked forward for this drink. It was gewaldik. And once she got that drink, the tainug was like a tainug Gan Eden by her. One week, it was Mitzvah Shabbos, Shechali is b'Yom Tov. So my Baba was busy in the kitchen preparing for Yom Tov. So she forgot about her minig, and she poured out the pot with the dirty water. But you have to water the behema before it goes to bed, before it goes to sleep. So she filled up regular, clean water from the well near our house, and she gave it to the behema. The behema hal cheshbon when is Mitzvah Shabbos. So the behema was looking forward for the greasy, oily geschmacka water, malava malka water. Suddenly the behema puts its head into the pail of water. Abrach, it's clean, fresh water. Behema starts drinking and starts thinking, what happened? What happened? And the behema doesn't understand. Every week, Mitzvah Shabbos, I get my water. What happened? The behema comes to a conclusion that probably she got jealous of me, and she decided she's taking the water for herself. And therefore, she didn't give me the water. And the behema starts thinking, what a disgusting, envious person. I serve her so faithfully and loyally for so many years. And yet, instead of having a little hakaras hatoiv, she is so obnoxious and so ungrateful. She steals my water for herself. And this chassid says, and since that day, this cow would not talk to my grandmother anymore. She severed her friendship with my grandmother and became her sworn enemy till the day of her death. He looked at him and he said, so you remind me of my grandmother's behema. In your life, there's nothing but an obsession with money. You can't even imagine that there are some people who don't have that life. You can't imagine. It's not your fault. That cow could not imagine that there's somebody who's not interested in putrid, dirty, kugel, cholent, and kishka water. She couldn't imagine it. In her imagination, this is her tainug. It must be everybody's tainug. It must be my Bubba's tainug too. And hence, if she didn't get it, my Bubba must have stolen it from her. But of course, that's a behema. That's a behema. That's what he told him. This is the yisoid, the mashal, to understand the nekuda of the milchama, of the deep, deep milchama between the Yevonim and the Jewish people. It wasn't just an external milchama on the very external dimensions of Torah and mitzvahs. The nekuda was lahashkicham Torasecha ulahavira mechukei ritzeinecha. And let's explain this, because when we talk about the Yevonim and Chanukah, we're not talking about the Greeks of old. If it was the Greeks of old, we wouldn't be celebrating it today. Yitzchak Baditcheva writes in Kedushas Levi, the Gemara says in Masechta Shabbos that after the miracle of Chanukah, L'shana haba, the next year they made it a Yom Tov. He says, why did they wait a year? Why didn't they do it right away? After the miracle of 8 days, the oil burning, they should have had an asifa and said, this is a Yom Tov. They waited a year, L'shana acheres. Why the next year? So the Chelik Baditcheva, and I think the Chidush Arim says the same thing, although a few generations, 2 generations later, 1 generation later. He says as follows, a Yom Tov by Yidden is not just commemorating a story of the past. Like the Arizal Taichas in the Megillah, Vayamim ha'ela niskarim v'nasim. It's niskarim, and through that v'nasim. The same oir, every Yom Tov that happened, there's a certain oir, an energy that comes into the world on that Yom Tov. Even if the physical event doesn't repeat itself again, Yitzias Mitzrayim or Matan Torah or Purim or Chanukah, but the same energy that existed in the universe at the first Yom Tov repeats itself every year. So if it's a Yom Tov min HaTorah, there's no question. The Torah says to celebrate Pesach or Sukkot each year, granted. But with Chanukah, they didn't know. It was maybe a one-time miracle, a one-time nest that happened then. How do we know we should make it a Yom Tov? Stam from memory so we can eat latkes? That's not a Yom Tov by the Jewish people. It's a nice thing to have memories, but that's not what a Yom Tov is. L'shana haba, l'shana acheres, the next year it came Chafei Kislev, and the Chazal felt the same energy that was there last year came around again, so now they made it a Yom Tov. So if it's a Yom Tov, it means every year it's the same occurrence, but the Yevonim are gone, and thank God we live in a democracy. We live in a thriving democracy, right? There's no lahashkicham Torasecha, there's no lahavira mechukei ritzenecha. The Boston Tea Party, many, many years ago, allowed us to sit here tonight and learn Torah openly, b'reish glei, together with another hundreds of thousands of shirim all across America and the world. So it's not a memory, because the Melchame here against the Yevonim, lahashkicham Torasecha, lahavira mechukei ritzenecha, is an internal one. It's an internal one based on 2 different types of experiences of Yiddishkeit. One is, I'm going to call it a Greek marriage with God, and one we'll call a Jewish marriage with God. And they're both within us. And in both there could be Torah and mitzvahs. But one is determined on lahashkicham Torasecha ulahavira mechukei ritzenecha. And that's the issue. And the Nes Chanukah was a victory over that. And that's not an external victory only. Of course it was an external victory. It's first and foremost an internal victory. Because all external victories begin with internal victories and must end with internal victories. The Chovos HaLevavos tells the story about this great this great melech who went out to war, and he was victorious, and he came back, and a chacham went out to greet him, and he said, welcome home from the small war, back to the great war. So he said, which great war? I'm done with the great war. The great war inside your own heart. What are these two versions of Yiddishkeit? What are these two versions of Yiddishkeit? One version of Yiddishkeit is, I serve Hashem, I believe in Hashem, I learn Torah, I steig in Torah, I do mitzvahs, mishpatim, and edus, and chukim, and I do it behider. My hadassim have not Reb Chaim Noah's shir, but the larger shir. And my Chanukah menorah is mahadrim and mahadrin. And my hadlakas menorah is mahadrim and mahadrin. And I do everything, edus, chukim, and mishpatim, etc. So there's no lashkichim Torah secha, there's no lavidim mechukei tzenecha l'cha'ira. But there's always a horse there. What do I mean there's always a horse there? The Yevonim can accept Torah and edus and chukim and mishpatim, but it's always with a reason. What type of reason? It could be a great, great reason, including the reason that it's reasonable that you shouldn't understand the reason. That's also a reason. So you say, why am I a Yid? Why am I Torah and mitzvahs? Because I want shleimus. I want schar. I want schar in olam haza. I want schar in olam haba. If I steig away in this world, I'm going to have olam haba in next world. The leaving beast of sois of the voice bakeva, as Rabbi Yochanan said, that's a good reward. Even if I'm not thinking about that, but I want to become an Adam Gadol, I want to become an Adam Hashalem. How do we motivate people? How do we motivate our children? How do we motivate our Talmidim? How do we motivate young people today? Why should he get involved in Yiddishkeit? Why should he sit and learn? So there's always the promise. What's the benefit? Some type of logic. You'll have kavod, you'll become a gadol, you'll have shleimus, maybe you'll be happy, you'll give nachas to your parents, you'll give nachas to your community, maybe you'll be a big Rosh Hashiva, you'll get a lot of olam haba, even if none of those, you'll get a lot of olam haba, you'll be a bekavadik person, you'll feel good about yourself. This is all, it's all great, but this is still, there's a little Yevoni kivayachal that's lurking in the subway. Even if I say, you know what, I don't know why, but the Rebbeinu Shalom says to do it, it must make sense. There must be some shleimus in it. But not everything I do today, do I know why? Trust him. Trust your trainer, there's going to be a shleimus. But what am I looking for? Ultimately, I'm looking for the reason. Maybe I'm ready not to understand the reason today, but that's what I need. And then I can justify it to myself, whatever that reason may be. Comes Chanukah and says that this is the Yevoni. What's the emes? What's the emes in it? The emes is much deeper. Of course, there's a way of learning Torah and observing mitzvahs, always with an ulterior motive. Whatever that motive may be, sometimes I understand it well, sometimes I understand it a little bit, sometimes I don't understand it at all. But there's something much deeper. And that is what Chassidus always calls the dveikus haneshama shalamayla mitam v'das. What's the dveikus haneshama shalamayla mitam v'das? So since the Rambam in Hilchas Tshuva Perik Yud tells us the big yesod, that the relationship between Hashem and the Jew can always be understood as in Shir HaShirim, from the relationship between the Chassan and the Kala. The whole Shir HaShirim is a mashal for that. So let's use that. I think that's good as a metaphor. That's it. I think that's fine as a metaphor. If you have to give advice to somebody before they get married, so naturally, you'll give them advice and say, when your wife asks you to do something, it's the proper thing to do it. It's the proper thing to do it. Okay, so the guy gets married and he has his manual, from his teacher, his chassan classes or whatever, and his wife asks for the first request, or she intimates the first request. He says, wait. Ich verstehe nicht the seichel. I don't understand the seichel in it. So he goes back to his chassan teacher, and he says, she likes this. I don't see the benefit of roses. I really don't see exactly what flowers can accomplish in a home. So he says, you have to understand that the woman's brain may work a little bit different than the man's brain. You don't have to understand, but if she understands, and this is what she wants, so even if you cannot put your brain around it, it's still appropriate to do it, because this is For her, it makes sense. Okay, so the next time she asks him for something, he says, listen, I don't understand it, but since I'm sure you have a seichel behind it, you have a svara behind it, so maybe one day I'll finally be teifus how your brain works. In the meantime, I'll trust that there is some logic here, and I'll go ahead and do it. Okay, good. Listen, you could survive that way. But it's not a relationship. A relationship means it's really irrelevant if I understand it or not. It's really irrelevant if it fits in to the world of my logic or seichel, even by saying, I don't understand it today, I'll understand it tomorrow. I won't understand it tomorrow, I'll understand it in a year, but at least she understands it. It's irrelevant. The fact is, when you're connected to somebody, and this is what they want, so in your relationship, you do it with the same enthusiasm and the same excitement, even if you don't understand it, and even frankly, if from your perspective there may be no logic to it, and maybe there's no logic, if this is what they genuinely want, you do it. If you're not ready for a relationship, then you need to understand. Why do you have to understand? Because you're still separate. Or to put it in different terms, if you're still looking for yourself, if you're still not confident and wholesome, so then you have to understand everything, because if not, you feel, why am I doing it? I'm being used. But if you're internally wholesome enough, and you're in a relationship with somebody, the very fact that they want this is sufficient. This is sufficient for you to do it, not because there's logic, not because you'll understand the logic, not because they understand the logic, but simply because they want. That should be enough if you have dveikus. And this is very important in the relationship. It's not, you probably have a seichel now. Okay, ich hab es nicht. I don't chap it. No. That's a much more diminished form of a relationship. The real concept of dveikus is, it's fine. This is what you want. That's what I celebrate. I'm celebrating the fact that you want it. This is the diuk in alanism. Lahaviram mechukei ritzoinecha. The Yevonim didn't mind that there's chukim. As long as you say, it's God's mind, but there has to be a horse somewhere. There has to be seichel somewhere. There has to be a psashleimus that I can capture. It makes sense for me. That's not dveikus. The emes inyan of Chanukah was that the neshama is a chelik elekamimal. A neshama celebrates elikus. A neshama celebrates godliness. Not because Elam Haza, not because Elam Haba. Yeah, that too. That's a byproduct. Not because it makes sense. Not even because it makes sense to God. He has his mathematical calculations. I'll figure it out one day. Even if I don't figure out one day, he's a great trainer. He knows what he's doing. He has his cheshbonos. That's still a mode of separateness, of complete separateness. That's not pshat real dveikus. Real oneness means I'm one with you, and I'm one with you, your will. Your will. If this is your will, the purity of my dveikus with you is one, that what's important to me is that it's your pristine will. In many ways, that's far more powerful to me than the logic. I'll tell you why. When your wife asks you something and it makes sense to you, so you go ahead and do it. So who are you doing it for? If it really makes sense, so then as much as you're doing it for your spouse, you're doing it for yourself also, because it makes sense. There's a shleimus in you. You don't sense the relationship here. What you sense here is you're worshiping yourself. It happens to be that by doing this, you'll benefit, but I see why. I see the benefit here. So if I see the benefit, I'm doing it for myself as much as I'm doing it for you. It's like you asked me to do a favor, which is enjoyable for you, but it's also enjoyable for me. Precisely when it's something actually that I don't understand. What's my motivation? And my motivation here is not that I get it. My motivation here is that it's your will. Here I'm given an opportunity to actually connect with you on your terms, not on my terms. Because on my terms, I would never do it. I don't get it. So it gives me an opportunity to transcend myself and to absolutely connect with you on your terms. That's what dveikus means. And this drove the Yevonim mad. For them, if you could classify God and put him into a picture of shleimus, that works. I need to have a picture of it that makes sense to me. But the pure, unadulterated, pristine intimacy of oneness, in which I'm ready to transcend myself simply to celebrate my relationship with you without whys, ifs, buts, whens, hows, because. to celebrate that dveikus of the Jew with Hashem as one, as being one, and therefore your will becomes my will, and I celebrate it because it's your will. And because it's your will, fulfilling your will is my natural state in which I want to be one with you. This they couldn't fathom. They never heard of such a thing. I can understand culture. I can understand values. I can understand ethics. I can understand your traditions. I can understand your philosophy, your perspectives. We can argue about it. We can argue about it ahin. But this is the pshat, the kedusha of Torah. The kedusha of mitzvahs. Lahashkicham Torah secha. Torah as a philosophy, gewaldig. Such seichel, such profundity, such interesting ideas. We can discuss it. We can make a comparative course of your Torah, of our Torah. We translate it into Targum Hashivim. Talmi HaMelech, the Gemara says, translated the Torah into Yevonis. Fine, beautiful. Why not? Such scholarship, such interesting ideas, interesting commandments. Gesundheit. Learn through Bavli, learn through Yerushalmi, learn through Tosefta, Medrash Rabbah. Learn through Zoya, learn Rishonim, learn Acharayim. It's a world philosophy. It's a Weltanschauung. Master it. Adirabba. Become a great scholar. Become a Gadol Hador in scholarship and get it. That they didn't bother them. What bothered them was the Lahashkicham Torah Secho. Asedain Torah. Not that it's a great philosophy. The sense of the Kedusha Satayra, that it's your Torah. The Elokus Shebetayra. The Getlichkeit of Torah, the awe and the reverence of Torah that the Jew is learning in the experience of pure, wholesome relationship with Hashem, not for any ulterior motives, even physical or spiritual, or psychological or emotional, although those motivations are there and they come. But that's not the Nakuda of Torah. This they couldn't fathom. What's this about? For them, man is the center of existence, and only man, there's nothing beyond. And for Judaism, in Yiddishkeit, man's greatest self is experienced when he or she has the luxury and the freedom to transcend the self and to be able to connect and have dveikus and intimacy with something beyond. La'ashkicham Torah secha, o la'haviram not mechukecha. Zol zayin chukecha, but chukei ritzoynecha, purely because it's your rotzen, because it's your desire. So somebody will ask, what does that mean, purely because what's your desire? I once gave a shir, I remember. It was a few years ago. I was teaching Tanya in Borough Park in Heichel Menachem on 46th. It was quite a few years ago, probably 15 years. Tavshin on Zion, so how many years ago is that? Like 18 years ago, yeah. I was teaching it as a bocher, and we learned the Tanya through in 6 years. 6 years. They made a series, A Tale of Two Souls, from the series of those classes. So we were learning Perik Yud. In Perik Yud, the Baal HaTanya writes that there's something called Bnei Aliyah. The Gemara says in Sukkah, Ra'isi Bnei Aliyah v'hein mu'atin. So he says a Bnei Aliyah is that their avodas Hashem is not for benefits of this world, not even Olam Haba, not even Ledofka Boyes Barech. It's not even because they want to connect. They want to connect. Rather, Ezo Chosid, Hamas Chasid, Im Koinoi, Im Kandele, Leyachada, Kutchebrichu, Shchine Betachtoinem. It's not even, I see something so awesome, I want to be your friend. That's also a motivation. I want to be dovuk in you. I want to have a relationship with you. He says it's liyachad kutchabrichu shchinte betachtoinem, that God's purpose, that's what's negeya to them, that God's will should be fulfilled. Not even that they should have dveikus. Forget Olam Haba. It's not even that they should have the relationship. I love just being with you. No. This even much higher. Liyachad kutchabrichu shchinte betachtoinem. So I said a story. The story I said was that once, they say a mice about Reb Nachum Chernobyler. The Hilike Reb Nachum Chernobyler, the Moyer Enayim, came to a city. And there was no mikveh. So he asked, why is there no mikveh? For women, there's no mikveh. So they said, because there's no money. So he said, nobody has money. And they said, there's one Gvir, he has a lot of money, but he's very stingy. So Reb Nachum goes to him, asks, no, as Nishmas, doesn't want to give. So he gets up Shabbos by the Bimah, he gets a clap, and he says, whoever gives money to build this mikveh, I'm giving him away my chelik in Olam Haba. Now, this wealthy man was stingy, but he was not stupid. And he understood that for 20,000 ruble, it's not a bad deal. So he raises his hand and he says, Amen. And they sign a contract, and he gives the money, and the mikveh is built, and Reb Nachum Shnabla gave him away his chelik in Olam Haba. So I asked them, what's pshat in the mais? What's pshat in the mais? Don't you build mikvahs in order to get a chelik in Olam Haba? Don't you go to the mikveh in order to have Olam Haba? Isn't that what it says in so many places? It's all for Olam Haba. So if he's giving away his Olam Haba to build a mikveh, it's like, you know what I mean? Like Reuven told Yaakov, if I don't bring you Binyamin, you'll kill both of my kids. So Yaakov said, what am I going to gain? I'll kill my grandchildren. You're giving away Olam Haba to build a mikveh, which you do for Olam Haba. Right? You're pulling the rug out of your own feet. It's senseless. What's pshat? This is what I asked the shir. So somebody raised his hand and says, you don't understand. He knew that by doing this, he'll get even a bigger chelik in Olam Haba. By giving away his Olam Haba, he'll get a bigger chelik in Olam Haba. Of course it was for Olam Haba. So when he answered that, I understood the mashal that Chassidim used to say about the train. In other words, he could not liberate himself from that paradigm. There has to be a horse somewhere. He couldn't understand that Reb Nachum Shenabla was a different Jew. They say about the Baal Shem Tov, a similar story. There was a couple that couldn't have children, and they asked him many times, and he said he can't, there's nothing he can do. And they begged and pleaded, and one day he gave them a haftacha, they're going to have a child, and after they left B'simcha, and they had their child. But after that, he heard a message, a baskel min hashamayim, that Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem Tov just lost his chelik in Olam Haba. So he started to dance. So his daughter, Rebbetzin Adel, asked, was tanzte, Tate, why are you dancing? So he says, till now he wasn't sure if he's serving Hashem, almanas lekabel prasa shaloi almanas lekavras. He wasn't sure how selfish it is. Now, Baruch Hashem, he knows he has no headaches. Now he can just serve God without any issues. Without any issues. Right. So it's very hard for us to understand. What does this mean? What do you mean? Of course, I want the schar, I want the reward. There has to be an eye somewhere. There has to be an eye somewhere. But the truth is that in the depth of a Jew, this is the end of the Maaseh, that they told the Baal Shem Tov that for that dance, he got back his Olam Haba. So he got upset again. However you want to understand it, the point is, there has to be an eye somewhere. There has to be a horse somewhere. Of course there has to be an eye somewhere. Because if there's no eye somewhere, what's here? But the emes is that the depth of the soul of a Jew, his eye and Hashem's eye are really one. That's the nekuda. The nekuda of a Jew is that there's a dveikus l'mayla mitam v'das. There's that core place, what we've spoken in other weeks about the chelik eloikami mal mamish, that there's a real core place where there's complete oneness. And because there's complete oneness, so you don't have to find my I in the process, not because I'm insecure or I'm timid or I'm afraid or I'm abused. On the contrary. Because there's a dveikus here that is at the core of his self. So the greatest thing about Yiddishkeit is that it's Torah secha, that it's lahavira mechukei ritzaynecha. And all this Chazal expressed in that halacha. Kafsa ein zakukla. Because what does kafsa ein zakukla mean? The kindling itself is the purpose. You would think, I kindle the flame, and I want the flame to burn. The light that's generated from the flame. The chiddush of Chanukah is kafsa ein zakukla lahalacha. The very fact that he kindled it, that itself is the accomplishment of the mitzvah. L'cha'oira, why not have him rekindle it? But this expresses the Nekudah of Chanukah. That the Nekudah of Chanukah is the kindling of which flame? The kindling of the Neir Hashem Nishmas Adam, of the Oir Haganuz, which celebrates Ritzoynecha as the deepest reality, and celebrates Torah Secha as the deepest reality. So even though every mitzvah and every shtickle Torah has tremendous benefits, but the very act of lighting it, the very act of the kindling this light, the light of Torah, the light of mitzvahs. You say, but it's not burning. It's not enduring. What's the benefit you're getting from the light? That's not the Nekudah of Chanukah. So, Mele Kofsa Ein Zakakla. Asur Lehishtamesh La'oida. What says Asur Lehishtamesh La'oida? The same Nekudah. Asur Lehishtamesh La'oida is, I'm not benefiting from it. So the Yevonim said, what's the point? Light up, but Tishtamish. Later in Gemara it says, Asur Lahartzis Moyes Bifnei Ner Chanukah. You're not allowed to count money before Ner Chanukah. Why does the Gemara chap money? Why money, Dafka? You say, don't read. Why money? So the Rambam says in the beginning of Hilchas Chanukah, what happened? The Yevonim Pashtu Yadam B'mamoinam Ubibnei Sehem. Two things. The Yevonim were after Jewish money and Jewish women, their daughters. So now you could think, what's the celebration of Chanukah? Money. Our monies are in the bank. So you'll count money in front of Ner Chanukah. Asur lahartzis moyes b'fnei Ner Chanukah is not just a physical mashal. You could use a lot of mashalim. You would say the whole Ner Chanukah is the fact that we have our money. Because pashtu yadam b'mamayim b'bnei seim, we got rid of the Yavanim, we have our money. So Ner Chanukah, was liegt in them? Was liegt in them is a celebration of my money. That's what's there. So the Gemara says, Asur lahartzis moyes b'fnei Ner Chanukah, to show it's not a celebration. Yeah, of course they had money, great. Everybody should have money. They should have a lot of money. But Asur lahartzis moyes b'fnei Ner Chanukah, what was liegt in them is nicht the Geld. They say the Panovich Rav was once at a dinner, so there were a lot of speakers. So all the speakers said, they speak if you ever had the misfortune to be at dinners, you know what happens. Mereta. Today it's videos, Baruch Hashem, so it's a little shorter. But it used to be Mamash Droshes Malayas. So they put him up at the end. So he gets up and he says, Alle redne bis jetzt haben gerät wegen Teure. Sie haben gerät wegen Teure. Aber was haben sie gemeint? Sie haben gemeint Geld. Ich gehe reden wegen Geld. Aber was meine ich? Ich meine Teure. All the speakers till now spoke about Teure, but what did they mean? They only meant money. I'm going to speak about money, but you should know what's my intention. My intention is Teure. So the Nekudah is that sometimes in the deepest flames, in the deepest decidedness, in the deepest lights, right? There's the inner Yavani that's looking, that's always saying, this is the motivation, this is it. Doesn't allow you to feel, doesn't allow you to focus, doesn't allow you to experience the Tara, the Kedusha, the pure, undiluted purity of Yiddishkeit. Comes Abaya. Abaya, the Gemara says in Kedushin, was a Yasim, a round Yasim. His father died before he was born. His mother died after he was born. He was raised by his uncle, by Rabbi Bar Nachmani. In fact, why is he called Abaya? So there's a few opinions. One opinion is because his name was Nachmani. Rabbi didn't want to call him by Nachmani because that was his own father's name, Rabbi Bar Nachmani. So he called him Abaya, like Avi. He has the name of my father. Abaya is my father. But it's also brought in Svarim. Abaya is a Rosh Tevis, Asher B'cha Yerucham Yasem. Hosea Hanavi says, in you, Hashem, an orphan will find love. Because he's Avi Simon. A child needs parents, psychologically, emotionally, physically, spiritually. There's something we all need to get from our fathers. There's something we need to get from our mothers. We spoke in previous weeks that Yitzchak could love because he was loved. A person needs parents. That's how God made us. Adam and Chava didn't have parents, and the consequences were clear. A person needs parents. A Yasim, it's not his fault, doesn't have parents, or doesn't have a parent. Abaye didn't have parents. So the Navi says, Asher B'cha Yerucham Yasim, The Yosim's avodah, and it's not an easy avodah, is he has to find that love in God. Asher becha, in you, Yerucham Yosim. The Yosim has to find Rachmanis, love, compassion. That's Abaya. Asher becha Yerucham Yosim. And it's brought in Sfarim, and Lakuti Levi Yitzchak says, the Gemara in Brachas, Daf Mem Vav, or Mem Ches, Daf Mem Ches, that when Abaya and Rava were children, they were playing together by Rabbah. So it came the time to bench. So Rabbah, so the Gemara discusses over there if you could be Mitzaref for cotton, for Zimun, if you're Ideya Lemim Avarach, any Ideya. So he asked Rava, if you know to who we bench. He said, yeah, Rachmana, to Hashem. He says, Abaya? Yeah, to Hashem. So he asks Rava, where is God? So Rava points to the Koira, to the beams in the ceiling. So then he asks Abaya, where's Hashem? So Abaya takes his uncle outside, and he points to the heavens. So Rabbi said then, Butzen, Mekatva Yediyah. From a young, children, still when they're very young, you could see what's coming. What's the diuk that Rava pointed to the ceiling and Abaya pointed to the heavens? So it's brought in Sifrei Kabbalah, Lakuti Levi Yitzchak. Abaya, it's known as Makif HaKorev and Makif HaRochek. There's a Makif, that which is above you, but it still has close proximity. That's like the ceiling, Abayas. And then there's the heavens, which is also a Makif, like a home, but it's a Makif HaRochek. It's completely remote. So Rava had a relationship with Makif HaKorev, and Abaya had a relationship with Makif HaRochek. One of the explanations, I think, is because Abaya was an orphan. Our orphan doesn't have a Makif HaKorev. He doesn't have the shelter, the nurture of a home. He has to find solace. He has to find confidence. He has to find wholesomeness in Makif HaRochek, in Hashem. What's haste in Hashem? In a relationship with Hashem, like with a father and a mother. What's a real relationship with a father and a mother? Unconditional. It's not, I love my child because I'm going to get schar. I love my father and mother because I'm going to get olam haba. Real dveikus is it's etzem. It's the same etzem. It's essence. Parents and children have to celebrate each other for their essence, not because, there's a mitzvah v'shinant, there's a mitzvah she'era ksusa v'inasa lo yigra. So if I'm going to give money to my child, I'm going to get olam haba. If that's the whole relationship to the child, it's not the best relationship. It's not a relationship. It's a.
Okay, Erev Tov, we're up to Perek Chaf Aleph. Psil Shon Perek Chaf Aleph, and the subject is Chasidus.
Welcome to Live Daf, your online Daf Yomi Shir.
Shalom, welcome back to today's Daf Yomi Shabbos Daf Pei Aleph. We're at the Mishnah on top of the Amid. Says the Mishnah, Etzem, what is the minimum amount of Etzem, of bone, with regard to Haitzah on Shabbos? Kedei Lasis Tarvad, sufficient amount to fashion from it a Tarvad, a spoon. Taisa says we're speaking about a Tarvad, the cotton, a small size spoon. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Kedei Lasis Mimenu Chaf, in order to fashion from it a chaf. Now a chaf is the mechanism of a lock. It's the teeth of the chaf is a tooth of a lock. So at this point, actually, the Gemara is going to assume that chaf is referring to the entire lock. So Rabbi is telling us that we need enough bone to fashion the entire lock. Continues the Mishnah, Zchuchis. What about a piece of glass? Kedei ligroir boy, in order to scrape with it roish hakarkar, the tip of the of this wooden tool, which was used in the weaving process. Tzroir, a pebble or evan or a stone. How large must they be for the malach of Eitzah? Kedei lizard boy, sufficient to throw at a bird to chase him away. Rab Lezer b'Yaakov Omer, kedei lizard b'behema, in order to chase away an animal. Rab Lezer b'Yaakov holds that one doesn't resort to a pebble to chase away a bird. He simply yells at it and shoos it away in that manner. So the shear of the stone must be determined by the size stone needed to throw out an animal, throw out a behema, to get him away. Continues the Gemara. Let's get back to the size of the bone. The Tanna Kama required a sufficient amount to fashion a spoon. Rav Yehuda tells us, the Gemara presumes we're speaking about fashioning the entire lock, which seems to be a greater volume, greater shear than the shear of the spoon of the Tanna Kama. Lememra, are you going to say the shiur of Rabbi Yehuda nafish, that the volume of Rabbi Yehuda, that the amount of bone that Rabbi Yehuda requires is larger, is greater than the Tanakama? Hakaimalan, but we know this for a fact, the shiur of Rabbanan nafish, that all the time when we discuss the shiurim of Shabbos, it's actually the Rabbanan who provide a larger share, greater quantity than Rabbi Yehuda. Says the Gemara, Amar Ula Chafei Paisachas. We're not speaking about the lock itself, the Paisachas itself, rather the Chafei Paisachas, the teeth that are required to have the lock work, the mechanism of the lock. Rabbi Yehuda tells us enough bone to fashion a single tooth that is going to be inserted in the Paisachas, in the lock. So indeed, it's a very small shear, and it is a lesser shear than the Rabban. Continues the Gemara, continuing on the topic of locks and mechanisms. Tana Rabban, Chafei Paisachas Tahir. So if we have the teeth of the lock, so the teeth of the lock enable the key to open the lock. So the teeth themselves, prior to having been attached to the lock itself, Tahirin, not regarded as a kli, they're not suitable for any function, and therefore they're not mekabel tumah. They're not susceptible to contraction of tumah. Kavan b'faisachas, but if he established them into connected them with the lock, at this point they are functioning properly tmein, and they are mekabel tumah. So they used to make a lock for a chest, for instance, or for a door. So we're speaking about the lock that was used on a chest, vishal gal. But the lock that was applied to a gal, Rashi says, is a doorway of a shariach chotzer, for instance, a gateway. So it's attached to a door or a gateway. In this case, says the Brisa, afal pisha chivron bedelas. Even though he took these teeth and firmly attached them to the lock that is on the door, v'kavan b'masmer, may attach them with nails, so he firmly attached it to the lock. Nevertheless, tahirin, they are tahir. Why? Anything attached to the ground, harehu karka, is regarded as karka and is not mekabel tumah. So these teeth attached to the lock, the entire contraption, the lock and the mechanism is not mekabel tumah, since it is mechubar lekarka. So once again, a lock which is mobile, which is portable, which is attached, for instance, to a chest, that is mekabel tumah. However, if it's attached to the ground, it is not. Continues the Gemara, schuchis, kadei ligro boy resh hakarkar, a piece of glass, sufficient to scrape with it the wooden tool used in the weaving process. Tana, we learned in the Brisa, schuchis, the piece of glass. Rashi says that sometimes it's spelled with a samach, which is a lashon of soichen ba. They view in it, it's transparent, you can see through it. And sometimes it is spelled with a zayin, zechuchis. Rashi says because al shem shehizaka, because it's clear. So either way, we're speaking about the same thing, a piece of glass. What is the shear, says the Brisa? Kedei liftsoya ba shneinim min kachas. In order to thin out two threads in the weaving, in the loom, at once. So liftsoya means if you have a thick thread, there needs to be some fiber needs to be pulled out to thin that thread to enable proper weaving. So the schuchas, this piece of glass, was used for that purpose, and if the schuchas is large enough to do that to two threads at once, then that constitutes a shear for Tzad Shabbos. And as the Mepharshim speak out, this indeed is compatible with the same shear of the Mishnah. So the shear of Liftsoya ba Shneinim Kachas and the shear cited in the Mishnah, which is Kedei Ligrer ba Resh HaKarkar, are both one and the same shear. Continues the Gemara, Schurs Oyeven, a pebble or a stone, to throw at a bird, Reb Lezer, large enough to throw at an animal. You need to have a pebble or stone large enough that when you throw it at the animal, he feels the impact. So how large is that? Tanya Reb Lezer Yaakov Mishkal Asher Zuz. It must have the weight of 10 zuz. So in summary, we have a Mishnah which teaches us the halacha of the shear of etzem, what size bone is required for Tzad Shabbos, what is considered to be chashuv and significant. According to the Tanakama, enough to fashion a small spoon, according to Rabbi Yehuda, to fashion a tooth of the paisachas, of the lock. What about a piece of glass? we have two descriptions, either large enough to scrape the roish hakarkar, the tip of this wooden tool used in the weeding process, or alternatively to thin out the liftsoya shnei to thin out two threads at one shot. What about the size of a pebble or stone? According to Tanakama, large enough to throw at a bird, at an oif. According to Rabbi Yaakov, it needs to be large enough to throw at an animal. And the Gemara says it needs to weigh the mishkal of 10 zuz. Continues the Gemara, Zunin, this was his name, all lebei medrasha, he came into Beis Medrash. Amar Lu, he told him, Rabbi Isai, avonim shel Beis HaKisei, these stones used to wipe one in the Beis HaKisei, shiur mekam, what is the share of these stones? Let's take a look at Rashi to understand what exactly the Shiloh was. So Rashi here is right off to the side, to the right side. Rashi begins with the words shiuran bekam. So his question was, these stones used to wipe oneself in the latrine, what is the shear of these stones? Li'eschayav aleim. In order to be chayav, to be liable upon carrying them in Shus Rabbim, how large need they be to be considered to be suitable for their purpose and useful and significant for the Melach HaVeitzah? So that's one side of the coin, one aspect, one facet. It was actually a multifaceted question. The first one was regarding Chi Veitzah, Inami letaltlon b'chatzah u'la'achnisan lebeis hakisei. Now these stones are muktzah. Nevertheless, the Chacham allowed one to be metaltlon, to move them around, to bring them to Beis HaKisei. For kavod habriyos, as the more later will say, on account of human dignity, the Chachamim set aside, put aside their Isser Muktzah and allowed one to carry these stones. So Rashi says the question of Zunin, what shear is required for these stones, applies to both aspects. The question of Haitzah and also the question of the Heter Tiltal. Says Rashi, V'idi chad shiuru, both are one and the same measure. Why? The mideh de chazilu, because something which is suitable, which functions, mechayv al tza'asai. He is chayv, is liable on the Haitzah of that item. It's considered to be a chashav item. So once again, the question was, how large, what size stones are suitable for the Beis HaKisei? And the Chacham would allow that to be moved on Shabbos. And number two, he would be chayiv on the Haitzah of these stones to Rishus Rabbim. Amru loy, back to the Gemara, they told him 3 stones. Kazayis, one has the volume of a olive, ke'egis. The next one will have the volume of a walnut, ukebeitza, and the size of an egg. So the avonim of Beis HaKisei are meant to be 3 stones. He's meant to wipe himself using these stones of various sizes. As Rashi explains, first they would use this smaller stone to actually direct it to the waist and remove the waist. Then the slightly larger stone to wipe a bit more, and then finally the larger stone kibetza, which would be used to complete the wiping process. So this was their answer. It needs to be 3 stones, and in these sizes. Amar Luus, he told them, you're being too particular here. V'chi turtani yachnis. Is he meant to bring a turtani, a scale with him to the Beis HaKisei to start measuring the stones? You're being too particular, too practical. Nimnu v'gamru, so they took account and they concluded, Malay hayad, you don't have to be so particular about sizes. Take a handful, and that is regarded as sufficient and practical, useful for the Beis HaKisei. And again, it won't be muktzah, and if he carries that on Shabbos, he'll be chayav achatas. If he carries that on Rishus Rabbim. Tanya will learn Raisa, Rabbi Yossi Omer, kazayis, ke'egaz u'kabeitza. You need those 3 stones of various sizes. Reb Shimon ber Rabbi Yossi Omer, misham aviv. So Reb Shimon quoted his father, Malay hayad, a handful. So the Farshim explain, perhaps initially Rabbi Yossi figured you need these 3 stones with their particular sizes, but eventually he changed his mind, and Reb Shimon indeed quotes in his name that the conclusion is Malay hayad, a handful of stones. Tan Rabbanan, we learned in the Bryce. We have a couple of other shittas regarding the particulars of these avanim, which were appropriate for the Beis HaKisei, and thus a mutter on account of muktzah, and are chayiv on account of eitzah. We have Reb Meir, who gives us a particular directive, and Reb Yehuda, who gives us particular instructions as well. Tan Rabbanan, we learned in the Bryce. Gimel avanim b'kozalis, 3 sharp-edged stones which are suitable for wiping the Beis HaKisei, mutter la'achnes, the Beis HaKisei. So if he has 3 of those, it is mutter to be machnas in the Beis HaKisei. V'kama shi'uran. What is the shear of these stones? How large must they be? They need to have the measurement of a walnut. The measurement of a kibetza, of an egg. So we have two additional shitas here. They need to be 3 stones, the size of either an egg or a kibetza. Amar Rav from Bapap. Amar Rav Chizda. Interesting thing. K'machleikes kan. The same difference of opinion that we have regarding the avonim shel Beis HaKisei. What is considered to be suitable for the Beis HaKisei? Either the size of an egg or the size of a beitza. The same machlekes we have also. Kach machlekes be'esrek. The same concept we find by Esrek, where there's a machlekes between Rav Meir and Rav Yehuda. What is the minimum size of an esrek for sukkahs? According to Rav Meir, it needs to be at least an egg. According to Rav Yehuda, a kabeitza. So it's a similar type of machlekes. It's not exactly the same. There we're speaking about the minimum share. Here we seem to be speaking about a particular share. It needs to be that share and not no other. However, it's some similarity here, and perhaps we can use it as a reminder. So if one needs a reminder for the machlekes in Sukkah, what exactly did Rav Meir Rida say? So he looks over here and he says, oh, just as we have the machlekes by Beis HaKisei, where Rav Meir says ke'eges, and Rav Yehuda says ke'beitza, this will serve as a reminder for their respective opinions at the size of the regarding the size of the esrog as well. Says the Gemara, 1 second. You're hinging the sukkah, the machlekes in the Gemara sukkah regarding esrog, which is actually contained in a Mishnah. You're hinging that on a discussion found in a brisa. Hasa masnisa. Over there it's a masnisa and it's a Mishnah. Hocha brisa. Here it's merely a brisa, which wasn't necessarily so disseminated and known to all. So, if anything, you should reverse things. You should say, well, just as we have the Mishnah, which gives those opinions, so if you forget the halachas of the brisa, you can go remind yourself using the Mishnah, which is more familiar to the scholars. Ella, rather, you meant to reverse things. K'machlekes be'esrik. Just as we find the machlekes, there's an opinion of Rabbi Yehuda Meir regarding an esrog, which is stated in the Mishnah and known to all, familiar to all. Kach machlekes kan. The same concept we find here by Beis HaKisei. So you can use the Mishnah as a reminder for the halacha of Beis HaKisei. Continues the Gemara. Omar Rav Yehuda, avalo yesapayis. One may not use the pious for wiping the Beis HaKisei, and therefore it's muktzah. My pious? What exactly is this? Omar Rav Zera, kashini bavlaisa. We're speaking about globs of earth. As Rashi says, they're not really suitable for wiping since it crumbles up. So therefore, it is not mutter to be metaltal on Shabbos. It's muktzah. Now, why do we refer to as kashini bavlaisa? Says Rashi, because in Bavel, these types of globs of earth were common and prevalent. Continues the Gemara, Amarov, also lamashmish b'tzrei b'Shabbos. If one needs to massage the opening to induce the relieving process, one may not do so using a tzror, a pebble on Shabbos, as he would do during the weekdays. Explains Tosfos. The reason is because there's a concern of pulling out, removing a body hair when he does that, and although it is a davar shein miskaven, he has no intention of doing that malacha, and Rava holds a davar shein miskaven is mutter. Nevertheless, this isn't a simple davar shein miskaven. This is a psik reisha. There's an inevitable result here, which results as from this massaging process using the stone. Therefore, even though there's no intent to do that, it would be asur. Says the Gemara, Mask v'la Marzutra. Marzutra challenged this. Listaken? You mean that he's meant to endanger himself by not encouraging his relieving process? It's dangerous for a person to resist relieving himself. Says Mar kala achayad. Okay, so he'll do it kala achayad indirectly. Rashi says, for instance, he'll take the tzror, the stone, with merely 2 of his fingers. So this is an indirect way of doing it, and in this manner, it's not inevitable that hair will become removed and pulled out, and therefore is no concern. There's another pshat from the Sfas Emes that doing it k'la'achar yad, derech shinoi, in the unconventional manner is considered only a melacha d'Rabbanan, and therefore the Rabbanan did not prohibit it in this situation. So up on this point in the Gemara, let's just make a small recap here. What is the share of the avanim of the Beis HaKisei to allow muktzah and to be liable for hitzah? We actually have 3 shiurim. Initially, the Gemara concluded the malay hayad, a handful regardless of the size of the stones. We have Rav Meir who tells us 3 stones, a shear of kebetz, ke'egois, and according to Rabbi Yehuda, 3 stones, a shear of kebetz. Continues the Gemara. Omer Rabbi Yanai, im yesh makom kavua lebeis hakisei. If one has a set established place for his beis hakisei, in this case, Rabbanan were more lenient. They allowed him to take malay hayad, a handful of stones, because even if you won't use it this time, use it next time. Im la, but if it's not an established place, it's merely a temporary relieving area, it's a one-time thing. In this case, the Chacham did not allow a heter of muktzah for a large amount of stones. He can only carry im lav ke'echreya. He can only take 1 stone. Ke'echreya. Echreya means a compromise. We had various volumes, various shi'ur mentioned earlier, starting from the largest, which was kebetza. We had the shear of an egg as a walnut, and the smallest was the kazayas. So ke'echreya means the one in the middle. It's a compromise. The medium-sized stone. So once again, Rav Yani tells us if it's a place which is not a beis hakisei kavua, then he's only allowed to be metaltal muktzah 1 stone the size of an egoiz of a walnut. Continues the Gemara, meducha ktana shel b'samim. May one use for the beis hakisei a meducha ktana shel b'samim, a pestle used in a small mortar used to crush spices. So it's really muktzah. Can one use that for the beis hakisei? Omar Rav Sheshes, it depends. Im yesh aleh eid mutter. If there's some marking of previous use, meaning it was already used previously for wiping the beis hakisei, in that case, it's intended for this purpose, and it is not regarded as muktzah. Now, we have a machlokes actually. This is Rashi's pshat. Tosfos, the Ran, disagrees with Rashi's pshat. The Ran says, nobody uses a pestle for wiping, and the pshat in the Gemara must be something else. So they learn a little differently in the whole Gemara here. Let's back up a couple of lines, back to Amar Rav Yanai. 4 lines back, Amar Rav Yanai. Im yesh mokem kavua lebeis hakisei. If he has a set established place for the beis hakisei, then malay hayad, he can bring in a handful of stones. There's no concern about muktzah. As Rashi says, for instance, if he's going to have some leftover at night, he'll use it the next day, so there's no concern regarding value. Im lav. But if it's not a set established place, then he's only allowed to bring ke'echreya meducha ktana shel b'samim. He can only bring in a stone which equals the meducha ktana shel b'samim, this pestle. The Ran says it means that it has the same weight of the pestle. According to Tosfos, he learns hechreya means a regel, a leg, the leg of the meducha ktana, the leg of the small mortar. So this is the meaning of echreya meducha ktana shel b'samim. It's referring to a stone, but the Gemara is giving us the size. What size stone may he use? Stone which equals this echreya of meducha ktana shel b'samim. And the Gemara continues, Amar Rav Sheshes, im yesh aleh eid muta. If any stone, any amount of stones, if they have an indication, a trace, an aid means a witness, there's an indication that these were used previously for wiping, in that case they're not muktzah. So any amount of stones, any size, will be allowed. So this is the ultimate pshat in the Gemara, Tosfos, and the Ran. Okay. In any case, we have a statement from Sheshes which tells us that if something was already previously used, then that removes the muktzah status. Says the Gemara, is that so? Is that something that one would do? Is it advisable to use something which was previously used? May say willing to the price. Asorot verm. There are 10 practices, which can bring a person, which bring a person to hemorrhoids. These are the 10 things. He eats vine leaves, reed leaves, valig fanim, vine leaves, velulobig fanim, these little branches, these shoots, these vine shoots. Umarigei behema, beloy melach. Marigei behema is the parts of the animal which are ridged. For instance, Rashi says the tongue klipa salashon, the top of the tongue, the cheich, the cheeks, so they have ridges in them. So if one eats these parts of the animals, beloy melach, without salt, or b'shidur shel dog, eats the spine of a fish, v'dog maliach, shaloi bishol called tzarchai, a salted fish which is not cooked properly, v'ashoysa shimmer yain, he drinks the residue of wine found the residue found on the bottom of the barrel of wine. V'amakaneach, one wipes in the Beis HaKisei, bisid, using lime, v'charses, using a piece of pottery, v'tzroir shekeneach b'chaveri, a pebble which his friend had already used previously. So according to Rashi, actually, these three things go together: bisid, b'charses, u'bitzroir shekeneach b'chaveri, all the same thing. Meaning, any of these items which were previously used, they're not meant to be used again by this person. Other Mefarshim say these are three separate items here. Mekaneach b'sid, he uses lime. Alternatively, he used b'charsis, use a piece of pottery. Or b'tzroy shekeneach b'chaver, or a pebble which was previously used by his friend. V'yesh oimrim, another thing, afatoila asmi sakise, one who relieves himself standing. So we see that one is not meant to use an item which was previously used for wiping the Beis HaKisei. Says Moloi Kash, it's not a Kash. Ha belach, the Bryce is speaking about an object which is still moist from the previous wiping. Ha beyavish, but if it's already dried up, then it's okay. Another pshat, kan mitzad echad, when he's using the same side of the object which was previously used, that is not recommended. V'kan beistadim. However, Rav Sheshes was speaking about using the other side which was not used for wiping. If he's using his own, whatever he already used, himself used previously, that's okay. Hadachavri, the Brisa, which negates that, is speaking about using his friend's item. Something which his chaver had used for kinuach. Okay, continues the Gemara. Omar li'abayda Rav Yosef. So we know that if there is an aid, if there is an indication that the item was previously used, then it is no longer considered to be muktzah. What if it was sitting out in the rain, and it became washed out, and the waste was washed off the item? Ma'u. What is the halacha? Does it revert to its muktzah status? Rav Yosef said, take a look. If it's still discernible, if there's still some trace there, then it remains non-muktzah, and mutter, it's allowed to be used. Rabba Barav Shila, Mirav Chizda. So we know that the Chacham removed their muktzah, the Issa muktzah, from these avonim that are necessary for the Beis HaKisei. Mahu lahaloisam achav legag. What about taking these stones up to the roof to use them up there for Beis HaKisei? Says Rashi, why would I think that you cannot do that? Says Rashi on the top line here, Mahu lahaloisam achav legag. If he went up there to relieve himself, are we concerned for this excessive exertion of carrying these stones up to the roof? And therefore it's us or loy, or perhaps there's no concern. Taisa says a different pshat. Taisa says that perhaps up on the roof, that's a predictable location. That's a place where he could have placed the stones there from Erev Shabbos. There's no need really for him to carry them up on Shabbos. Perhaps the Chacham did not allow did not do away with their Issa Muktzah. He should have prepared it before Shabbos. So that is the shayla in the Gemara. Perhaps it's different when he's using it up on the roof, or when used out in the field, which was far out. The Chacham did not trouble him to bring the stones out there from before Shabbos, and even if he's going to leave them out there, perhaps somebody else will take them from him. So perhaps we can differentiate between the Beis HaKisei out in the field, where the Chacham did away with the Issa Muktzah and allowed him to carry to be metaltal muktzah stones, as opposed to up on the roof, where you should have prepared it from before Shabbos. So this was his question. Mahu lahaloisam achav legag. Can he carry those stones with him up to the roof? Rav Chizda responded, yes, certainly he could. Godel kavod abriyos. Human dignity is so great. Shedoich es loisa shesha b'Torah. It could even be doich, push away a loisa saying the Torah. Let's take a look at Rashi. This is the next Rashi. So on the second line from the top, Rashi beginning with the words shedoich es loisa. Where do we find that kavod abriyos actually moves away, pushes away, is doich loisa say the chsiv, as it says regarding hashavas aveda v'yisalamta mehem. Torah uses the word v'yisalamta. You can ignore it. You can turn away from the aveda. So Salanta means to ignore it. Don't pay attention. Don't heed the avera, the aveda, the lost item. You don't need to do hashavas aveda. We learn from there prat lezaken v'ein fikvoita, that a zaken, a elder, somebody who is a distinguished person, and he finds something which is below his dignity to get involved. And he finds a doll in the street. It's not lefikvoida. It's degrading for him to get involved in this type of item. The Torah allows him to ignore the item. He may pass over it, does not have to return it to its owner. So you see that the Torah does away with a lav, because there's an issa lo sucha l'salam, one may not ignore an aveda. And on account of covered habriyas, human dignity, the Torah did away with that. V'hachanami, here to an al Gemara. How does it apply to us? Tiltul d'Rabbanan, we're doing away with issa muktzah, which is actually based on the lois hasei. It's surely only the Rabbanan, it's not the Raisa, but alav the lois sasur asimcho Rabbanan. The Rabbanan supported their isurim on the pasuk which says lois sasur. Torah tells us you may not stray from the words, from the instruction of the Chachamim. That is the source basis for all the isurim of the Rabbanan. So it's an asmachta, it's a support to the issa muktzah, and we see that even this issa muktzah, which is based on a lois hasei, is done away with. Ubemakim kavod abriyos, on account of kavod abriyos, nitche, it's done away with. So therefore, says Rav Chizda, it's irrelevant whether it's out in the field, up on the roof. The Chachamim did away with issa muktzah on account of kavod abriyos, human dignity, for the necessity of the Beis HaKisei. Continues the Gemara. Yosef ben Merema was sitting with Kamal Shmaita, and he said over this halacha, the halacha which allows one to carry the stones up to the roof of the Beis HaKisei, Eisvei Ravina l'Merema. So Ravina asked a question of Merema. He asked a kasha from a Mishnah in Be'ah, which seems to tell us that one may not do so. Rabbi Lezer, Noitel Adam Kisam Shalafanav. So a person has, for instance, some basar, some meat stuck between his teeth. Rashi says sometimes it's visible from the outside. So this is a situation of kavod abriyos, of human dignity. Lezer says, yes, he may take a kisam, a spindle, a splinter, mishalafana, from before him. So this is speaking about in the home, and he can go ahead and take a piece of wood, lachtes beishinav, to clean his teeth. Rabbi Lezer holds there's no concern of muktzah here. V'chacham omer lo yital, he may not take that, it's muktzah, because it's designated for firewood. It's not meant to be used for this purpose. It has the din of muktzah. Elo min avos shel behema, unless he takes something from the avos of behema. This was the receptacle for the animal feed. So Taisus points out, not specifically from the avos. It doesn't have to be in the avos, but at least if it was designated for animal feed, according to Rabbanan, that addresses the muktzah concern, one may use that to clean his teeth. So we see here that the Rabbanan, the Chachamim, forbade Issa Muktzah, did not do away with Issa Muktzah, on account of kavod habriyos. They said, no, you cannot take that splinter, lachses beishinav, even though it's visible, the basar between his teeth is visible, and there's a concern of human dignity. Says the Gemara, if so, by Avana Shebeis HaKisei as well, why are we allowing him to carry the stones up on the roof? It's a muktzah here. Says the Gemara, Hachi hashta. How can you compare the two things? Hasam adam koivei makam l'seuda. You know what the Chachamim disallowed this toothpick thing? Because a person generally sets himself a set permanent place to conduct his meal. Therefore, he should have prepared his toothpicks from before Shabbos. Therefore, there's no allowance there to move muktzah for this purpose. Hacha. When it comes to a Beis HaKisei, Adam Kaveh Maka in the Beis HaKisei, can a person really anticipate the place where he needs to relieve himself? Rashi points out, perhaps he comes to the predetermined location, and he finds somebody else already using there. It's occupied. So therefore, for Beis HaKisei, we can't really obligate a person to prepare his needs beforehand. It's something unanticipated, something unknown, and therefore, Chacham did allow a tiltul of muktzah on Shabbos on account of Kavod Abriyas of Beis HaKisei. So in summary, we learned that the Chachamim provided an allowance when it comes to moving stones, Avonim Shel Beis HaKisei. The Chacham did away with the Issa Muktzah due to Kavod Habriyas, human dignity. Now, we have 3 shiurim discussed in our Gemara pertaining to these stones. What are considered to be appropriate size, shape, amount? We began with a discussion and concluded that the shear is Meloi Hayad, a handful regardless of the size and shape of the stones. Rameya says 3 stones, Mikra Zoles, sharpened at the edges, and the stones need to be the size, each one the size of an egais, a walnut. According to Rav Yehuda, the stone needs to be the size of a kabetza. And as Rashi points out, all these various shiurim, also applicable to the shear of Malach of Hitzah, they are regarded as significant regarding the Malach of Hitzah on Shabbos. Rav Yana proceeded and told us regarding Muktzah that if it's a Beis HaKisei Kavod, an established Beis HaKisei, then he can be metal to Malay Hayad, a handful of stones. If it's a temporary Beis HaKisei, Ein Kavod, in that case only 1 stone, Keachreya. What does Keachreya mean? Rashi learns the size of a walnut. Taisus learns the size of a leg of a small mortar. According to the Ran, it's equal in weight to the small mortar itself. We learned that a glob of earth is muktzah because it's not suitable for wiping. We learned that if anything has an indication that it's been previously used, yeshaleh aid, then there's no issa muktzah. And the Gemara concluded, even if it got washed off, but there's still some trace remaining, then it is still mutter to be used. The Gemara concluded that one may even bring up the stones, lahalois and lagag, up to the roof. The Chachamim allowed that as well. Continues the Gemara. Amar Afuna, Asur lefanois b'sadeh near b'Shabbos. One may not relieve himself in a sadeh near. Sadeh near means that it was plowed, the initial charisha, the initial plowing, which prepares it for seeding, for sowing. My time, what's wrong with relieving oneself in this type of field? The concern is for stepping, that using his friend's field for this purpose is damaging his field because he's undoing the plowing, the charisha. His friend plowed up his field to loosen up the earth, and he's going stepping all over it and he's flattening it out. Says the Gemara, why is that a Shabbos concern? I feel b'chol nami, even during the weekday, that would be asur. Ve'ela rather mishum asavim, because of concern of asavim, of grass. Because the moisture in the ground generates some grass growing on stones, and he's going to take this stone to wipe himself with it. Perhaps he's going to detach some of those asavim, some of those grasses which are growing on this stone. Says the Gemara, that's not a concern. V'amar Rish Lakish, didn't Rish Lakish tell us? So you have a stone with grass growing on it. But one may use it to wipe himself. Why? Because Rish Lakish rules according to the Shita Reb Shimon that if he has no intention, no kavana, it's a davar she'edim miskaven, it's mutter. Certainly if one actually explicitly pulls off the asavim from the stone, that certainly is an isra, that's a malach. Chayav chatas. But if it happens inadvertently, if he's merely using it like kaneach to wipe himself, there's no concern. So why is it usher to use a sadanir on Shabbos? Says Umar Ella, rather there's a following concern. Dilma, perhaps. Nokit me'iloi. He's going to take a stone to wipe himself from the top of a mound. V'shada l'tatoi. And perhaps he's going to throw it into a little pit there, into a crevice. In that case, he's chayiv. It's a malacha. U'machayiv mishum derab. He's chayiv on account of Rabba's halacha. Damarab. Hoysaloi guma. If one has a pit, a crevice, v'tamam, and he fills it up. B'bayis, if it's in his home, so he flattened out the floor of his home, chayiv mishum baina. It's a malacha of baina. B'sad, if this happened in the field, chayiv mishum chayrish. He's chayiv on account of the malacha of chayrish, because he's flattening out the earth. He's enabling planting. So this is contained in the Melach of Chirish. So indeed, this is the concern. This is why Rav Huna tells us, Asur lefanos b'sadeh near b'Shabbos. One may not relieve himself in this plowed field for concern that perhaps it might end up in a malacha of cherish. If he takes a glob, a rock to wipe himself, and he throws it into a pit. By doing so, he flattens out the earth, flattens out the field, which is a malacha of cherish. Gufa, we just learned. Omer Shlakish. Tzroyer she'olo b'yasavim. So we have a stone with some grass growing on it. Mutal kanechba, he can use it to wipe himself. Va'at toilish mimenu b'Shabbos. But if he goes and rips off some of the asavim from this stone, chayav chatas. He's chayav chatas because he detached something from its source of growth. Omer Papi. Shema mina midrei Shlakish. We can deduce from the halacha of Rish Lakish. Rish Lakish tells us that one may lift the tzroyer off the ground, even though it contains something growing on it, which is, although not rooted in the ground, it's sitting on the stone, but it's nurturing from the ground, it's receiving its sustenance from the ground. Nevertheless, Rish Lakish tells us one may lift it off the ground into the air. Apparently, says Rav Papa, we can deduce from here, we can apply this halacha to a different circumstance. Shema mina with Rish Lakish. We learn from this halacha Rish Lakish. Hi parfisa. This parfisa item, shori l'tatuli, one may lift it off the ground on Shabbos. Let's take a look at Rashi. Hi parfisa, this is Rashi off to the left. Around halfway up the Amud, it turns up around 20 lines above the wide lines. Rashi begins with the words Hai Parfisa. Says Rashi, this Parfisa is a Otzetz Nokav, a perforated flower pot, Shezorobai, which was planted, where they planted in it. So this flower pot may be lifted off the ground on Shabbos. Take a look at Rashi. I found in Shuvas Hagoinim something very interesting. What was this Parfisa used for? What was the function? They would fashion these baskets, mikabis tmarim, from palm branches. They would fill it with earth and animal waste. And v'chaf base 22 oy tezvav yom fnei Rosh Hashanah, either 22 days or 15 days before Rosh Hashanah. Oysin kol echad ve'echad l'shem kol koton uktana shebayis. So everybody would fashion one of these flower pots, these parfisas, for every child, every koton and ktana in the home. And what would they do with it? They would plant in it legumes or some beans. And they would call it porfisa. Porfisa, some say, represents poil. So poil amitzri porfisa. So it would grow. Everybody would take his personal porfisa. And they would circle around their heads, Shiva Pam 7 times. This, instead of this, this is my exchange, this is instead of me, and then toss it in the river. This is reminiscent of our minig kaparas. In fact, the Magen Avraham says this is a source for the minig of kaparas done. So this is the farfisa, this basket containing this growing substance there, these growing beans. So the Gemara tells us that evidently it is mutter to pick this basket off the ground. This is an otzes nagav, a perforated pot. It's receiving its sustenance, nutrients from the ground. It's not rooted in the ground, but it's receiving its sustenance from the earth. Nevertheless, one may lift it off the ground up into the air. And this indeed is learned from Lachar Rish Lakish, who tells us that one may use a tzroyer, a stone which contains asavim growing on it, for wiping the basic kisa on Shabbos, one may lift it off the ground. So these items are very similar. And therefore, apparently it's mutter. Again, let's see the Gemara inside. Omar Pap, Shema mi no b'der Shlokish. Apparently, from Rish Lakish is halacha we know. Hi parfisa, this basket, sholi tatuli, one may lift it on Shabbos. Maskler of Kahana. How can you equate the two? There's an Issa D'Rabbanan here. Surely he's not detaching anything from the ground because it's not rooted in the ground, but he's decreasing the nutrients. He's being reminded the nutrients of the farfisa by lifting it off the ground. It's still alive. It's still receiving its nutrients, but he's decreasing the flow. If so, midrabanan, it should still be aser. Maskal Rav Kahana. Rav Kahana challenged this conclusion. Im amru letzorich. Yeah, if the Chacham allowed this type of thing, letzorich, meaning for the sake of kavod habriyos. We allow him to lift this stone with the grass on it off the floor, even though it involves a malacha d'rabbanan of toilish, because of kavod habriyos, for human dignity. Do you think the Chacham would allow this if there's no need for kavod habriyos? So you're right, Minat Torah it's not asa because it's not actually detaching anything from the ground. But Midrabbanan it's asa because he's diminishing the lifeline, the nutrients. I used to travel further, it's diluted in the air, there's less nutrients coming. So there is a malacha of toilish of detaching Midrabbanan taking place here. It's only mutter. In the Beis HaKisa on account of kavod habriyos. Amar Rabbi, Parfisa item, once we're speaking about it, Lema b'misa, let me tell you something about it. It was placed on the ground. He lifts it, places it on these pegs on a stand. He is chayev on account of the loch of toilish or detaching. If it was sitting on these pegs, he took it off and placed it directly on the ground. Chayev, he's liable on account of the malacha of planting. As Rashi points out, we're not speaking about the malacha d'oraisa here, because he's not actually planting something or detaching something from the ground. He's merely increasing its nutrients, decreasing its nutrients. This is a malacha d'rabbanan. The word chayav here is referring to an issa d'rabbanan. As we find elsewhere, Rashi brings a raya that the term chayav can be applied even to an issa d'rabbanan. Tosfos actually points out that chayav here is very accurate. The chayav is makas mardus, lashes of rebuke midrabbanan. So the chiyuv is midrabbanan on account of it resembles. It's similar to malacha of neitea when he takes it off the pegs and puts it on the ground, and removing from the ground, placing on the pegs resembles the malacha of toilish, and therefore it is an issa midrabbanan. Continues the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yochanan, also lekaneach becheres b'Shabbos. One may not wipe himself using a cheres, a piece of pottery on Shabbos. My time, and why not? On account of danger, because it can, the sharp pottery can damage his body. I feel b'chol nami. Why is this a Shabbos concern? This applies even to an ordinary weekday. Perhaps because of kshafim of sorcery, a person who uses a cheres to wipe himself, he avails himself and makes himself susceptible to the influence of kshafim, as we will learn later in the Gemara. If so, once again, this is not a Shabbos concern. I feel b'chol nami. Even during the weekday, there should be a concern. Ella says more rather asharas niman. So you're going to say is the reason because of asharas niman? Because when he uses his sharp cheres, he's going to pull out some of the body hair. Says more, that's not a concern. It's something which he has no intention of doing. And Rav Yochanan is of the opinion that is mut. So why can he not use a cheres on Shabbos? Amalu Rav Nosson bar Vaisha. So Rav Nosson bar Vaisha responded to them. Gaver Rab or Milsa, when a great person says something, neighbor b'taima. Gaver Rab or Milsa, Rav Yochanan, who's a Gaver Rab, he said something. Omar Milsa, he said something. Neighbor b'taima. Let us give it an explanation. Let us try to understand what he's trying to say. This is what he meant to say. Certainly, during the weekday, needless to say that it's asr. Why? Because it's a sakana, because of kshafim. But perhaps avol b'Shabbos. Perhaps there's a reason to think that on Shabbos we should encourage him to use his cheres. Why? Hoyel v'ika Torah's kli olav, because it has a Torah's kli, has a status of a kli. As Rashi says, a piece of pottery can be used to draw water, etc. So perhaps one should use a piece of pottery which has a Torah's kli, has a status of a utensil, rather than using a stone, which is not regarded as a kli at all. So there's a muksa concern here. Perhaps we should tell him to use a cheres in specific, shapir dami. So one should advise him to use a kli cheres, and therefore, perhaps on Shabbos specifically, a kli cheres is preferable. Hoyel v'ika Torah's klal shapir dami. That is the item to be used. Kamash malon. Rechan tells us no, that is not so. I'm concerned about danger when using a cheres. I'm concerned about kshafim. So we do away with the mukser aspect, and we focus on the sakana aspect. And therefore, even on Shabbos, he should prefer using a stone rather than kli cheres, rather than a piece of cheres, because of the concern of sakana and kshafim. Continues the Gemara, Rava, masnila, v'shemashar asnimin. Rava indeed interpreted the halacha of Rav Yochanan is based on the concern of pulling out hair. V'kashile, Rav Yochanan. If so, he had a contradiction between Rav Yochanan here, who tells us that there's a concern on Shabbos on account of pulling out the hair, and another Rav Yochanan who seems to tell us otherwise. There's no concern. Me, Amar Rav Yochanan, also kaneach b'cheres b'Shabbos. How could Rav Yochanan tell us that one may not use a cheres to wipe himself on Shabbos for concern of pulling out the hair? Alma davar shein miskaven. Also, apparently, even if something is davar shein miskaven, he has no intention of doing this malacha, it's l'asr. But didn't Rav Yochanan tell us halacha kistam mishnah? The halacha follows the anonymous mishnah. Tonight we learned in a stam mishnah. Nazir, person who's a nazir, took a vow that he's not meant to take a haircut. Chayfef, he can clean his hair using cleansing agents with phosphate and with his fingers comb out his hair. There's no concern, even if some hair get pulled out. It's a davar shein miskaven. Avaloi surik, but he may not use a comb because it's inevitable that hair will get pulled out. So apparently Rav Yochanan holds that a davar she'ein miskaven is mutter. Therefore, the nazir can be chayfev and mefasfes, even though perhaps some hair will fall out. There's no concern because he has no kavanah for that. So we have a contradiction to Rav Yochanan by us, who tells us a cheres may not be used for concern of asharas niman, of pulling out hair. Says Gemara, Ella rather machbarta. Apparently, the correct interpretation of Rav Yochanan's din is Rav Nasser or Aisha. The concern is not on account of pulling out hair, but rather because of sakana and because of kshafim. So in summary, we learned that a person may not relieve himself in a sadeh near a plowed field on concern that he might take the stone and toss it back into the crevice, and there's a malacha of chayrish there. We learned that a person may not pick up the farfisa, this basket, off the ground, because midrabanan we regard it as a malacha of toilish, detaching. He may not place the farfisa from the pegs on the ground. That is regarded as a malacha of neiteya midrabanan. However, in a situation of kavod ha'abrius, human dignity, these malachas are done away with. For instance, one may lift a tzroyer, a rock, off the ground, even though it has things growing on it. He may use it for the Beis HaKisei. And there's no concern of toilish, of neiteya. There's no concern about those asavim, those grasses, falling off, getting detached from the tzroyer as well, because he's not miskaven to pull those grasses off the stone. And davar shein miskaven is mutter. Rav Yochanan tells us one may not use a cheres, asur lekanech b'cheres on Shabbos. And the Gemara concludes the reason is on account of danger, sakana, he might harm himself, or on account of kshafim, he might make himself liable, susceptible to the influence of sorcery of kshafim, as you will see in the Gemara upcoming. Continue to our Mike kshafim. What concern of kshafim is there with this cheres? Says the Gemara story ki ha to Rav Chizda v'Rabba Rav Huna. Have ka'azli ba'arba. So Rav Chizda and Rabba Rav Huna were traveling on a boat. Amar lahu hayim atronisas. This Gentile, this non-Jewish noblewoman turned to them and said, Oisvan ba'daichu. Allow me to sit with you. Allow me to join you on your boat. V'lo yisvo. They didn't allow her to join. First, say there's concern of yichud, or perhaps they were concerned about kshafim. Amra ihi milsa. So she got upset and she said something, some sort of magic. Asrasa la'arba. She tied up the ship, the boat was immobilized. Amra inu milsa. So they responded by saying something else. Rashi says was Hashem Tahara, Hashem's name. Sharyua. So they released the boat from her hold. Amra lahu. So she responded in exasperation. What could I do to you? I have no influence on you. Because you're careful about the following three things. You don't wipe yourself with a cheres. You don't kill a louse on your clothing. And you don't pull out a vegetable and eat it straight out of the bundle, mikisha, from the bundle, the asir gina, that the gardener tied up. You untie the bundle prior to eating. So since you're careful with these three practices, I cannot have any influence on you with my kshaf and my sorcery. So we see that refraining from using a cheres for kinuach protects a person from the influence of kshaf. Okay, time for a brief chazara of today's daf. We began with the Mishnah that provided a shiur for the Yitzah of etzem, of bone, according to the Tanakama. The required amount is sufficient to fashion a small spoon, according to Rav Yehuda, to fashion a tooth of the pesachas of the lock. What about a piece of glass? That needs to be sufficient to be goyre the resh hakarka, to scrape the tip of this wooden tool used in the weaving process. And the Gemara adds an alternate shear, which is sufficient amount of glass to lift soya shneinim, to thin out two threads on the loom, 2 threads at once. What about the size of a stone, according to the Hanakama, sufficient to throw at a oif, at a bird? According to Lezer and Yaakov, it needs to be large enough to throw at an animal. The Gemara concludes it needs to be mishkal, a weight of 10 zuz. We learned about the avonim shabeis hakisei. What are the shiurim? So that the Rabbanan allow a person to carry these things, to move these things, and did away with Issa Muktzah. And as Rashi says, these are shiurim for Hoitzah Shabbos as well. These are regarded as significant, as chashiv. We have 3 shiurim. The Gemara began with the shiur of Malei Hayad, a handful. According to Rameh, 3 stones which are mekurzolis, sharpened at the edges. And these stones have each one a volume of an egg, of a walnut, according to Rav Yehuda, the size of a beitza. Rav Yana tells us that a Beis HaKisei Kavua allows one to be metaltel a handful. If it is not a Beis HaKisei Kavua, then only 1 stone, kihech reya, according to Rashi, means the size of a walnut. A glob of earth is muktzah, it's not suitable for wiping. If any type of item has an aid, an indication that it was previously used for wiping, then the muktzah is done away with and one may use it, provided there's some sort of trace remaining. One is allowed to even bring the stones up to the roof for the purpose of Beis HaKisei. The Gemara concluded, one may not relieve himself in a sadeh near a plowed field. One may not pick up this parfisa off the ground or place it on the ground. One may use a stone which has asavim on it to wipe himself. We concluded Rav Yechanan, who tells us one may not use a cheres to wipe himself on Shabbos for concern of sakana. He might harm himself for concern of kshafim, of being affected by sorcery.
Kabbalah and the Psychology of the Soul, taught by Rabbi Ben Zion Krasniansky.